Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Catalyst and Havoc facing off today to see who can take the series. Catalyst enters this match with a huge historical lead, having won 68% of their past encounters. It's a bit surprising to see him starting out slow given that absolute dominance. Now we just have to see if he can shake off the early pressure. Havoc is really finding his groove, holding a 2-1 lead. He's currently the third highest rated player on the ladder. Havoc is quickly building a strong foundation here, taking total control of the early frames. Havoc is surging ahead with a 3-2 lead. He looks a lot more comfortable now after that tough loss to Vortex. Havoc is running away with this, leading 4-2. He's certainly making the most of a productive 25-11 run today. These two are trading rounds back and forth. We've got ourselves a real nail-biter here. And just like that, Catalyst ties it up at 4-all. The gap in their rating hasn't mattered much so far. Havoc pulls ahead again, pushing the lead to 5. The lower rated man is stubbornly refusing to blink. Havoc is playing the better game today, showing a lot more consistency with his recent 70% win rate. This is definitely a shift from the typical dynamic, where Catalyst usually holds a huge advantage. He needs to find a way to break this streak before it's too late. We are all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of competitive pace we expected from these two. Both players are playing their hearts out and refusing to let the other pull away. Fresh start for both. Catalyst edges back into the lead with a 7-6 advantage. His overall higher rating is finally starting to translate into a lead. Havoc fights back to make it 7-all. The underdog is proving incredibly resilient in this set. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health remaining. He's really putting that higher rating to the test right now. He's completely locked in now, shutting down that momentum shift with a lightning fast response. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another win to extend that streak. It's a worrying trend for the higher ranked player. He's just completely cruising now, putting himself one step closer to the victory. He's definitely playing the better game tonight. Catalyst answers back immediately with a crisp shot to keep things moving. What a scramble! He barely stays alive in that exchange, but it puts him just one round away from the match. He's really grinding out these high-tension exchanges. What a finish! Havoc closes it out to take the series. He's really shaken up that head-to-head record tonight. A huge statement win for a guy who usually struggles against that name. Havoc starts strong by picking him off the box, catching the favorite off balance. Phantom is a powerhouse with a 64% lifetime win rate. He's definitely having a rough day with the shots though. I wonder if he can flip the script before the momentum becomes an avalanche. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly trying to shake off that rough start to his day.
And we are deadlocked now with both at 2.
It's a massive contrast to his recent form in the last 10 games. Unreal precision as he just clears him off the box to grab his 3rd straight victory. He's showing exactly why he holds the #1 seed. He's completely taken over the map, moving into a 4-round surge. He's putting that massive head-to-head lead into perspective. What a scramble. He barely survives that trade to push his streak to 5. He is certainly taking advantage of that rating difference. Havoc is staying gritty, quickly closing the gap to just 2 rounds. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. A complete shutdown here, proving that the early deficit won't break his resolve. He's making it look effortless with these rapid-fire wins. Phantom is really making his presence felt with the 22-13 record over the last day. So yeah, it looks like he's finally shaking off those earlier setbacks to get his game on track. He's firmly in control of the tempo now. He keeps the pressure high, securing another point to stay within striking distance as we head toward the mid-game break. It's becoming a real back-and-forth battle as we approach the midway mark. We've got a 6-6 tie as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the match to open. Phantom looks sharp, but Havoc is hanging in there and keeping the pressure on. Fresh start for both guys. He's back in the lead now, showing incredible grit to reclaim the advantage. Havoc is really fighting to reclaim that dominant side of the ladder. He's just too quick, completely shutting down that mini run with a perfect shot. His recent victory over Zenith proves he can handle the heat. He's completely in the driver's seat now, taking a 3-round lead with that clean sequence. He just puts an end to that run, showing some real toughness to keep this game within reach. Phantom has been tougher than his low ranking suggests. He's just too sharp, securing another clean round to keep the momentum swinging his way. The gap on the ladder is definitely narrowing right now. And a total wipeout to bring the scores level. He is absolutely surging right now. Absolute perfection from the top seed, who just can't be stopped right now. He's on fire, extending his run to 5 straight wins. This is looking like a total reversal of their early match momentum. Havoc answers back with a clean hit, showing a lot of heart to keep this close. This is a total flip from how he handled himself against Kale. A lightning fast flick sends the match to match point. He's putting his superior rating on full display in these final moments. Unreal! He closes it out with a perfect shot to complete an incredible climb and secure the victory. He really managed to dig deep and close that gap. Havoc gave him a run for his money today. What a fight! Phantom clearly holds the long-term advantage here, winning about 55% of their previous encounters. It's a strong baseline for him, even if Catalyst managed to take their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that historical dominance starts to play out today. A clean sweep of the early frames as Phantom takes a commanding lead. The world #1 is making this look effortless. He's just too fast right now, extending the streak to 4 straight. Catalyst finally answers back to keep this competitive. It's the best player in the league feeling the pressure now. Phantom is absolutely cruising with a 5-1 lead. He's keeping the momentum from a solid 21 and 13 today. Catalyst usually carries the favorite tag in their head-to-head projections, but that's not translating to the server right now. He's fighting an uphill battle, while Phantom looks purely focused on a dominant start. I wonder if we'll see the tide turn before the half. The momentum is shifting quickly here, and it looks like Catalyst is starting to peel back that lead. Catalyst boasts an impressive 73% win rate on this particular map. It's a massive advantage that usually pays off even if he's entered the server on a bit of a cold streak lately. Now we have to see if he can maintain that historical edge. Havoc really stepped up and put the pressure on, catching Catalyst wide open up on those Tetris blocks. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. The rank 4 seed is quickly reclaiming his side of the map. Havoc manages to hold that ramp, quickly evening out the momentum between these two. Havoc has been popping off with a solid 26-12 run today. Absolute deadlock now. Catalyst and Havoc are totally tied. Havoc shuts him down on the ramp, moving the momentum firmly in his favor. The top-seeded player is looking for some answers right now. A quick reflex play there to bring things back to a draw. The number 4 seed is starting to push back. Catalyst is really putting the squeeze on him now, securing another win from those Tetris blocks. He's finally starting to shake off those recent losses. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking full control of the pace. Havoc manages to take this one, closing the gap just before they trade sides. A tight trade of fire as we wrap up this first half. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly everything is going according to plan so far. Despite the close score, the higher rank is clearly justifying his position in the server. Time for the swap. Havoc puts him down from the Tetris, and now we've got a complete stalemate on the board. A really clean shot to tie things up in the second half. Havoc is just seeing through him right now, pulling off another clean kill while Catalyst was perched up high. It's a familiar story after their recent encounter on Orange. Catalyst edges ahead again to make it 8-7. A massive overall lead for the 4th place player in their head-to-head. And just like that, Havoc brings it back to 8 apiece. The higher rated player is really fighting a tough uphill battle here. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through this brawl from the ramp to take a 9-8 lead. He's certainly making a case for an upset today. He's in complete control now, securing another effortless win to keep the momentum swinging. Catalyst finally breaks back in, picking him off from the ramp. This feels right in line with their overall head-to-head history. 10-all, and this just became a total toss-up. He's looking to put that overall head-to-head record back in perspective. Havoc is putting on a clinic in the late game, really challenging that high seeds dominance. He edges him out in a frantic exchange, putting himself just one step away from victory. A flawless finish to close the series. Havoc secures the map with an absolute stunner of a shot. That's a huge result for the underdog, especially since he's been fighting against the odds all day. He's completely turned the tide on this rivalry. What a match! Phantom is looking very comfortable starting things off, securing a quick win from that ramp position. Phantom holds a staggering 67% win rate in their head-to-head history. You know, it's a brutal psychological gap that makes this early lead feel very natural. Havoc is definitely fighting an uphill battle if he wants to shake things up today. Havoc has really found his footing now, using those planks to take a lead in the series. That's a very strong showing for the number 6 seed. He's just completely in control now, moving to a 3-round surge. He is just completely taking over this match right now. It's a complete reversal of their last 13-10 encounter. Phantom responds immediately with a lightning fast flick to close the gap. Phantom is completely erasing those mistakes from earlier, bringing the map right back to a dead heat. He's really turning up the pressure now, cruising to a 3-round streak. The top seed is really reminding us why he owns that number 1 spot. He manages to clear the ramp, putting a huge dent in his opponent's confidence with that 4th win. Exactly the kind of form we'd expect from the number 1 seed. He simply isn't missing from that ramp, pushing the tally to 7-4. The gap in skill between these two is becoming very apparent. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the favorite is on top, just as we anticipated. It's been a back and forth start, but the world number 1 is holding the line. Let's see who shakes it off first. Phantom isn't letting him breathe, quickly picking Havoc off the planks to extend that lead. Havoc stays gritty, picking him right off the ramp to close that gap further. That's a high impact exchange to keep things tight. Phantom just read him like a book, shutting down that ramp play instantly. Just an incredible day for the 6th seed though. Havoc holds the high ground on the ramp to claw another round back. He's really trying to prove he belongs in this bracket today. He just keeps grinding this back, surviving a frantic firefight to keep the pressure high. The underdog is showing a lot of heart in this set. Unbelievable. We are all square here as the comeback reaches its peak. Total parity between these two right now. A slightly longer exchange here, but he steps back in front with a smooth finish. That's already a great way to shake off his loss to Vortex today. A perfect response to keep this game on a knife edge. Everything is moving so quickly now, they're basically trading blows as we approach the finish line. He just shuts down that play on the planks, putting himself 1 round away from victory. That was a desperate fight, but he just couldn't find the opening. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a clean shot to take the entire series. Havoc pushed him to the absolute limit today, but he just couldn't find that final gear to pull off the upset. What a fight! Phantom is showing exactly why he's our #1 rated player. And seeing as he just took another set from Catalyst recently, it looks like he's firmly in control of this a bit. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script. Catalyst is holding a slim lead at 2-1. He's looking sharp after that recent win against Havoc. Everything is completely dead even here. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch early on. Catalyst pushes the advantage, now leading 3-2. A massive uphill battle for the top seed here. Catalyst is really starting to pull away at 4-2. The #1 rated guy in the league is looking vulnerable. The momentum is shifting back toward the top seed, and the gap is practically gone now. He's been absolutely lethal in his other series today. Unbelievable! A absolute brawl that ends with a tiny sliver of health for Phantom, bringing the set level. He's simply not missing a shot right now, taking full control of the server. A sharp reaction there to nod the score back up at 5 apiece. Phantom reads him perfectly and shuts him down right there on the ramp. A very dominant run of form for the #1 seed today. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, the top seed is proving why he's the favorite right now. Let's see if Catalyst can keep the pressure on after that switch. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom claws back the lead, taking it 7-6. His overall head-to-head record here is quite impressive. What a scrap. Both of them were hammered, but he manages to claw out a victory from a desperate exchange. Just another result that fits their long-term history. He's absolutely crushing it right now, securing his 3rd straight win with an effortless shot. He's putting on a real clinic today. Catalyst answers right back with a flawless exchange, refusing to let the deficit get any wider. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as this lead shrinks. He's really fighting for his life in this series. Phantom has been incredibly consistent today, showing a combined record of 24 wins and 12 losses across his series. It's clear that this momentum is carrying over into this specific matchup. He's looking to put a definitive seal on the game here. An effortless blow for Phantom, and is now just 1 round away from victory. A quick reaction from Catalyst to keep himself in the game. Needed that break in momentum to keep the dream alive. He's just not letting up, claiming another fast point to narrow the distance. That's some serious confidence coming from the underdog. And that's it. Phantom closes out the set and secures the victory. He really had to sweat it out, surviving a couple of nail-biters, but that's how you close the door. What a fight! Catalyst holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history. The issue is that Havoc actually won their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that previous victory gives him a psychological edge today. Catalyst is looking strong, especially since he just won that battle from the high ground. Catalyst is just dominating things, leading 3-1. He's definitely finding his form after those earlier tough losses today. What an incredible response, simply deleting his opponent right off the box. He just can't be stopped, picking Havoc right off the box to stretch this lead. A totally effortless kill from the box to keep the momentum surging. Unbelievable pace from Catalyst, putting a huge grip on this match with another round in the book. He's just out of this world, securing another quick kill from the box. A total turnaround from his last match against his opponent. Havoc finally breaks through, taking his opponent down from the box. He's simply too fast right now, just picking him right off the box for another win. Pure class from the 5th ranked player here. Catalyst takes a huge lead at 9-3. Well, everything is going exactly as we hoped it would for the favorite. That 7-round tier really put him in the driver's seat here. Havoc needs to find his rhythm now. Havoc has a strong 27-13 record across his matches today. It's clear he's fighting back much harder than he did in their previous encounters. If he can keep this momentum, the gap in their ratings won't matter at all. Catalyst is coasting now, holding a comfortable 10-5 advantage. The A-game is definitely on display here. Catalyst is just too quick, making this look like a walk in the park. Havoc is starting to put up a real fight, managing to bring Catalyst down from that high perch. Havoc is on a roll, taking another one down from that high Tetris spot. Absolutely clean shot to bring him to the edge of victory. The higher seeded player is proving why he was the favorite. A lightning fast reaction from Havoc to keep his hopes alive. What a finale! Catalyst shuts the door and secures the victory. Despite those struggles in his previous games today, he just proved he's still the king of this rivalry. Phantom holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history. I mean, the gap between them is massive based on their overall record. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can keep this early momentum going against a much more consistent opponent. Havoc is really flexing with a 2-1 lead. Pure confidence from the 7th best on the ladder right now. We've got a dead heat here. Neither player is willing to give an inch in these opening exchanges. Havoc pushes ahead 3-2 as the pressure mounts. He is definitely playing with a lot of confidence today. Havoc is pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. An unexpected shift in the usual power dynamic. What a scrap! He scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health to maintain the surge. Things are looking very different from the previous encounter today. That was a precise encounter, and Phantom is showing some real grit to claw back into this. Phantom holds an incredible 66% win rate on this specific map. It's a high bar for Havoc to overcome, especially since he's currently fighting against his usual trajectory in this series. He'll need to keep this momentum if he wants to pull off the upset. Havoc is firmly in control at 7-4. His current form is showing, with a solid 27 wins today. Havoc takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a complete reversal of the usual roles here. He's completely shaken the top seed's confidence so far. Time to see if the tide turns. Unbelievable! He manages to survive that chaotic trade by a hair, putting him just 4 rounds away from victory. A complete 180 from that fast aim series they just played. Phantom is fighting a steep uphill climb at 5-9. It's not often the number 1 seed looks this vulnerable. Havoc is practically cruising now, leading 10-5. The rounds are getting faster and faster. These two are simply reacting on pure instinct now. Phantom is finally putting a string together, and he just cleared those crates on the wine. Havoc manages to shut down that angle by pushing into the wine area. A bold run, considering he's usually the one struggling in this pairing. He shuts it down completely, and now stands on the precipice of the match. The underdog is completely rewriting the script here. Absolute perfection from Havoc to close it out and secure the series. He really just walked all over the top seed. Total shock to see the favorite look this lost on his own turf. Phantom enters this game as the top-rated player in the league. Well, it's clear he's already taking control of the tempo. He has a strong history against Catalyst, so it will be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds for the rest of the set. Phantom is just cruising now, up 2 straight. He's really capitalizing on a great day so far. Catalyst just proves he can outduel the best, cutting him down from that Tetris position. A high-stakes battle between 2 of the league's elite. Deadlocked at 2-all, things are heating up. We're seeing a complete reversal from that first set they played. A completely clean swipe for the local favorite, who now holds a slim lead. He is certainly making his presence felt today. That was a close exchange, but he manages to come out on top to even things up. Phantom seizes the upper hand with a 4-3 lead. He is certainly proving why he sits at the top of our rating. He's absolutely on fire right now, making it 3 straight for the favorite. He's looking very comfortable throughout this set. Absolute control on a display like that, extending the run to 4 consecutive rounds. The head-to-head history really favors him in this matchup. He secures another win from the boost, continuing his absolute run of form. He's putting up a huge performance today, pushing his daily record toward 24 wins. Absolutely ruthless, securing 6 straight to take a commanding grip on this game. A massive gap in their latest head-to-head result. Phantom takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is turning into a huge shock, given that Catalyst was expected to win this. A 7-round surge gave him all the momentum early on. Time to see a comeback attempt. Unbelievable. He survives with a single point of health after a brutal trade of shots. Squeezing that one out by a hair. Catalyst is really making his mark from that elevation, securing 2 in a row. He's showing a lot of grit despite the deficit. Phantom is just too sharp right now, barely giving Catalyst any room to breathe. The momentum is shifting, and we're seeing a much more competitive pace to these encounters. A surprising turn, as he's usually the heavy favorite in these matchups. Catalyst is chipping away at the lead, narrowing the gap as we enter the final stretch. A tough spot for the world #1 right now. He's on a tear now, securing a 3rd consecutive round to keep the pressure high. He finds his footing on the ramp to shut things down, putting himself in a position to close this series. Expectations are aligning as the favorite takes back the lead. What a finish! He closes out the server with a huge play from the Tetris to secure the victory. He just completely took over the map and wouldn't let it go. That's a huge statement from the world #1 today. Catalyst holds a commanding 68% win rate in their historical head-to-head matchups. It's really surprising to see the favorite start off slow given how he usually handles this specific opponent. Let's see if he can shut this down early. Havoc looks really sharp today, using that ramp height to build some serious momentum early on. He's really finding his feet after that previous loss on Dooms. Unreal, he just barely edges out the fight from the ramp to bring this game back to 1-2. He's showing why he sits so high on the ladder. Havoc is now surging ahead with a huge 3-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on his hot streak from the last 24 hours. Havoc is just dominant, pushing it to a 4-1 lead. The gap between these two in the ratings is practically non-existent. And there it is! He's not going away quietly, clawing his way back into this. Havoc is currently operating on a 28-14 record over the last day. It's a strong contrast to Catalyst, who has been struggling with a losing streak recently. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that pace up. He's completely untouchable right now, putting up a fierce fight to narrow that gap. The momentum shift is starting to feel real. And just like that, he's fully back in it, wiping the floor with Havoc from the ramp to level the series. Absolute chaos. Things are completely wide open now. He quickly secures the advantage from the ramp, keeping his slim lead as we head toward the break. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the intermission. He's really putting Catalyst under a ton of pressure right now. We expected the veteran's experience to carry him, but the underdog is playing way too well to ignore. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage from the ramp, but he managed to secure the win by a hair. Havoc is firmly in control with a 9-5 cushion. The top 5 seed is really struggling to hold the line. He manages to pick him off the Tetris, continuing a frightening run of form. He's making a strong statement after that early loss to Catalyst. He's just untouchable, shutting things down again from the ramp to secure a 4th straight win. Hard to believe a top 5 seed is this outclassed. Catalyst puts on a strong display from the ramp to snap that run. His all-time win rate is a solid 60% over thousands of games. He just breezed through that encounter, putting himself on the verge of victory. Just a total contrast to how things went for him against Flair earlier. Game over. He shuts it down right here to secure the map victory. He really tore up the script today, completely overturning that long-standing rivalry in a landslide performance. Phantom opens the scoring with a quick win from the ramp. Phantom really dominates this long-term matchup, winning nearly 67% of their games together. But Havoc is actually coming off a victory against him from their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence helps him shift the momentum here. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, really utilizing that ramp height to keep his lead. The top seed is starting to look like the favorite here. Phantom has no trouble with the windows, he's just reading Havoc's movements perfectly right now. The top rated player in our league is simply too sharp today. He just keeps firing, tracking Havoc right off the ramp for another win. He's definitely showing why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Havoc secures a clean response from the planks to stop the run. He's clearly finding some confidence after a busy day in the league. Havoc has actually been the more productive player today with 29 wins in the last 24 hours. Well, that high volume of success suggests he's in peak form despite the current scoreline. He'll need that confidence to help him claw back into this. Phantom shuts him down on the planks to build a commanding lead. He's really asserting that number 1 seed status right now. He simply doesn't miss, picking his opponent right off the wine box to extend the run. Phantom holds a huge 10-2 lead heading into the break. I mean, the top seed is fully living up to the hype here. He's basically cruising toward a victory with a 68% win rate on this specific map. Time for a clean slate. Unbelievable, he survives by a thread, scraping through with just 14 health after a chaotic trade. Absolutely heart-stopping sequence from both players. Phantom puts an immediate stop to any hope of a comeback, dropping Havoc right off the ramp. He puts an end to that brief rally with a sharp blast from the ramp. Havoc is really struggling to find any answers right now. Havoc gets a piece of him to slow this momentum down, but he's still facing a mountain to climb. A flawless reaction to put a temporary stop to the pressure. The underdog has definitely found some late game poise. That's another effortless win for the underdog, keeping this heatwave rolling. Suddenly, things are feeling a lot tighter. He's simply refusing to back down, extending his surge to 4 straight. The pressure is really mounting on the top seed. He's absolutely on fire, claiming a 5th straight victory to keep this fight alive. Pure adrenaline now, as the tide has completely shifted. Another effortless take for Havoc, continuing this incredible streak of 6 straight wins. What a turnaround. He's completely shaken the favorite. He is just relentless, securing a 7th straight victory to tighten this series up. The momentum is fully with the underdog right now. What a finish! Phantom secures the victory by knocking Havoc off the ramp to close it out. Havoc nearly pulled it off with that insane run, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Phantom enters this set with an impressive 70% map win rate, and honestly, it's a bit surprising that he didn't open the scoring given how well he usually performs here. We'll see if he can put that map experience to use as the match progresses. Catalyst is commanding the pace with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing why he holds that #1 spot. That was a total scramble up on the ramp, but Catalyst manages to come out on top. A surprising start given the head-to-head history. Catalyst is just running away with it. 4-1. He's really fighting a tough tide today. Another clean trade on the ramp, and Catalyst just keeps piling on the pressure. Hard to believe that rated player in the league is this far back. He's completely outclassing the field right now, scoring 4 straight. It's a tough way to start for the current world #1. Phantom manages to snag this exchange, getting himself back on the board. Catalyst is fighting a tough uphill battle with a 13-22 record over the last day. He's really ignoring that trend right now by putting the pressure on the world #1. I wonder if he can actually maintain this pace into double digits. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, leading by 5 rounds. His overall head-to-head edge is definitely starting to show. It's a 9-3 lead for Catalyst going into the break, and honestly this is exactly what we expected to see. He's just completely ignoring that 47% map win rate to put himself in a great spot. Phantom needs an immediate wake-up call. Phantom strikes back to bring the score to 9-4. The world #1 is finally starting to find his footing. Phantom pulls another one back, now trailing by 4. The top seed is really starting to flex his muscles. Unreal! He barely scrapes by that exchange from the ramp, managing to claw out a victory with almost nothing left. Catalyst stays out in front, now holding a 10-6 lead. He's definitely starting to lean on that career experience. He's really squeezing the life out of this series, making it very difficult for the top seed to mount a comeback. Phantom is really putting up a fight here. He's refusing to let Catalyst close this out quickly. He just shuts the door on this round from the ramp and puts himself 1 step away from victory. A quick reflex play from Phantom to keep himself in this contest. The higher rated player is just fighting for a foothold now. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, keeping the dream alive for now. This is exactly the momentum shift the favorite needed. Phantom keeps the pressure rolling with another flawless exchange, punishing the error from the ramp. What a finish! He secures the final duel to close out the series. He really dug deep to overcome that second half surge. Not an easy win against the top seed. He had to work for that. Catalyst generally owns this matchup with a 68% head-to-head win rate, but that historical dominance hasn't translated today. It's a tough start for him, especially considering he just dropped the map to Havoc earlier this session. Catalyst finds his rhythm, pushing ahead 2-1 right now. Things are staying completely even here, and the pressure is really starting to mount for both of them. Havoc takes a slender lead, moving ahead 3-2. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 3-all. It's been a tough run for him today, barely clawing out 14 wins. Havoc is really starting to tighten his grip on the pace here. He's really making the most of his 29-15 run today. Havoc has been performing impressively with 29 wins today, and honestly, that confidence is really showing in how he's putting the pressure on right now. He seems completely unfazed by the usual dynamic between these two. Catalyst shuts that down from the box, showing some real grit in this recovery. He's fighting uphill against a really strong opponent today. He just cleans him off the box as he continues to chip away at that early deficit. We've got a deadlock at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly what we wanted to see. Both players are fighting for every single point, and the map advantage for Havoc seems to be neutralizing the favorite skill gap. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc edges ahead by 1 in a nail biter. It's interesting to see those rankings so tight with these two. Havoc pulls further ahead, putting Catalyst in a hole. He's showing a lot of heart, picking up another point to keep this contest close. The higher seeded player is finally starting to push back. Havoc's just a pair of rounds ahead now. He's definitely finding a way to disrupt the usual hierarchy. Havoc is firmly in command, leading 10-7. Our 5th ranked pro is really struggling to close the door here. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely in control now. It's just a nightmare scenario for the 5th seeded pro. A tidy response here, and he gets his first point back in the set. A fast, precise strike puts him just one step away from a victory. A huge mental shift from the way he started this session. A sharp exchange, and he secures the round, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He's really fighting the current today. What a finish! Havoc secures the final round to shut it down. The momentum swing was just too much for him to handle. He really cemented himself as the man to beat today. What a scramble to start things off. Both players were nearly depleted, but Phantom manages to scrape through with the win. Phantom has a huge lead with a 67% lifetime win rate against his opponent, but Havoc is definitely playing like the underdog today. We'll see if he can push this series into a real battle. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece as Havoc fights back. The #1 seed is definitely finding some answers. Phantom is starting to stack up the wins here, really putting the pressure on Havoc. The league's top seed is simply too sharp tonight. Absolutely effortless. He's just outclassing the competition right now. He is just untouchable right now, making it 4 straight wins. It's been a long day for the #6 seed. He's completely taken over this map, picking up another effortless round to reach 5 straight. Simply unbelievable. He's just completely owning this duel with 6 straight wins. He's showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Finally a break in the action for Havoc, who manages to secure a round for himself. Havoc has been on a roll today with 30 wins in the last 24 hours. It's giving him the confidence to dismantle a lead that usually feels insurmountable. Now the pressure is shifting completely onto the top seed. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead, and honestly, everything here is playing out just as we thought it would. The favorite is keeping a comfortable cushion heading into the second half. Time for Havoc to find a way. Havoc grabs another one to bring it to 8-5. He's certainly showing a lot of grit as the #6 seed. Phantom extends his lead again to 9-5. His experience in those high-volume head-to-head sets is really showing. Phantom is just relentlessly efficient right now, quickly closing in on the finish line. Phantom keeps the momentum going, pushing it to 10-6. Havoc is really starting to climb back into this, capitalizing on that height advantage on the ramp. He's completely shut the door on the favorite, taking his 3rd straight without taking a single point of damage. The top seed answers back immediately with a clean headshot. Havoc controls the map from the ramp, staying completely untouched to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly putting up a fight despite the ranking gap. He's simply refusing to go away, securing a perfect round to pull within 1. The odds for the underdog are looking better by the second. Incredible! He's tied the series up, completing a huge swing to bring us even. Absolute madness. He's now sitting on match point after a relentless 4-round run. Total collapse of the lead we saw earlier. And that's it. He forces the tie, sending this entire encounter into overtime. He's definitely feeling the weight of that top rank now. Phantom is finally stepping back up and taking control of the pace here. He really seems to have this matchup figured out today. He keeps the pressure on, bringing us back to a dead heat at 13-13. It's essentially a coin flip now. A swift reaction there as he regains the lead in this nail-biter. The momentum has completely shifted since the early stages. We're seeing these exchanges happen faster and faster as the tension really builds. This is a total flip from the early blowout we saw. Another clean exchange, and he's now just one victory away from closing the deal. The experience of the top seed is really starting to pay off. A desperate scramble of a round, but he claws his way back to level the score. Absolute chaos as they head into a total deadlock. Phantom barely edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Phantom secures a 2-round cushion over Havoc, really showing that gap between the top 5 and the rest. Phantom holds the edge, leading 17-16. The pressure is really mounting for the top seeded player. Havoc equalizes the series at 17 all. Both of these guys are playing absolute peak CS right now. Phantom pulls ahead once more with an 18-17 lead. The higher ranking is showing through in these critical moments. Phantom stretches the lead to 19-17 with a clutch play. He really had to dig deep to secure that series after almost blowing it. What a fight! Phantom starts strong, using that ramp height to put the first mark on the board. The early momentum has completely shifted after that scrap on the ramp. Hard to forget his recent dominant performance against Havoc. Catalyst is historically a terror here with a 73% win rate on this particular layout. It's actually surprising to see that level of comfort given he struggled quite a bit over the last day. I wonder if he's finally found his footing in this specific series. He's simply not letting up, crossing the line for a 4th straight win. Hard to watch the best player on the ladder struggle this much. Phantom keeps his cool to knock him off the Tetris and cuts into that lead. The heavy favorite is starting to wake up now. The turnaround continues as he puts on a huge display of precision to keep the pressure on. The gap in the ladder rankings isn't telling the whole story yet. Catalyst holds a solid 2-round cushion right now. Hard for him to shake off that recent 13-22 run. Phantom stays aggressive, claiming another win from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The pressure is really mounting on the higher ranked player now. Unreal. He just barely claws his way through that scrap on the ramp to even the score. Absolute nail-biter of a scrap to get this back to a dead heat. Catalyst narrowly retains the edge, leading by a single point. Interesting to see him playing the underdog role in this series. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the map to play out. Catalyst is proving why he's such a powerhouse on red line despite the deadlock. Side swap, a clean slate here. What a scramble! He barely survives that battle on the ramp to regain a narrow lead. A huge battle between the top 2 seeds in this league. Phantom usually controls this rivalry with a higher overall win rate. It's just a tough spot for the top seed to be in when he's not converting his opportunities. If Catalyst keeps this pace, he might actually secure a rare series win today. Absolute control from the ramp as he extends the lead to 10. His current form is night and day compared to those recent struggles. Phantom quickly cleans up the play by picking him off the Tetris. The #1 ranked player in the league is showing his teeth. The pace of these exchanges is just lightning fast. Neither of them is giving an inch. He's continuing to play the spoiler in this series. That was incredibly fast. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making it almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand. A tight trade of shots ends, with Catalyst coming out on top, putting him in a perfect position to close the series. That is it! A perfect final shot closes out the series in a huge way. He managed to pull off a massive upset here, really fighting through those low health scrambles to secure the victory. Tough loss for Phantom. Welcome to the Berserk League. Catalyst and Havoc are stepping onto Italy to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a clear edge here, leading the head-to-head rivalry 975 to 461. And the general trend usually favors him in these series. It will be interesting to see if that historical dominance can outshine Havoc's better form over the last day. Catalyst is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly making the most of his Mar5 ranking right now. The seesaw continues. These two are completely locked in right now. Havoc fights back and now claims a 3-2 lead. The lower rated player is really holding his own here. Absolutely crushing it now. He's on a tear, taking a commanding lead. He's just unstoppable right now, taking the round in a blink. He's simply not letting up, extending his run to 5 straight. This reflects that close call they had in their last meeting. What a nail biter! He barely walked away from that one, but the streak pushes on. He is simply on another level right now, pushing his run to 7 consecutive rounds. He's playing some of his best game of the day. Catalyst finally finds a gap in the defense to get things moving again. Havoc holds a huge 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to be the stronger player here, but he's looking completely lost. He'll need a massive shift to erase this 6-round gap. Time to see if Catalyst can wake up. Havoc has put together an impressive 30-16 record over the last day, and honestly, that kind of momentum is really starting to weigh on the favorite. It's becoming a struggle for Catalyst to find a way back into this game. Havoc was just a hair too slow to react there, letting Catalyst trade a quick round. Another fast, a second of combat, and Havoc is just one more round away from victory. He refuses to go quietly, scraping out another point to keep the fight alive. He's really digging in now, shutting down the map's end with a flawless shot. The veteran's poise is starting to surface now. What a performance! Havoc shuts the door and secures the victory. He's completely flipped the script on their usual rivalry. We've seen this matchup way too many times for it to end this convincingly. Havoc holds the advantage early, putting on a great show from that ramp position to open the match. Phantom has an incredibly dominant head-to-head record with over 1,100 lifetime wins against this opponent. It's only a matter of time before that historical edge starts to show in this particular series. Let's see if he can build on this momentum. Everything's back to square one with the score tied. Both of these guys have been incredibly active today. Phantom is really starting to stack up the wins here, putting Havoc on the defensive. A fast exchange of fire here, and he takes another one to keep the streak alive. The current #1 seed is showing exactly why he holds that spot. Havoc answers back immediately with a crisp shot. The #6 seed is refusing to go away quiet. A dead heat as we head into round 9. He's putting that high activity today to good use. That was a high-stakes trade, but Phantom comes out on top of that ramp battle. Expected the top seed to push ahead eventually. They're locked in at 5 apiece for the double digits. Havoc is really putting his high activity to work today. Havoc edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. Having an incredible day overall with 31 wins already. We're all square at 6-6. You know, this is exactly what we expected to see given how close these two have been today. Phantom is still the favorite, but he's having to fight for every single point. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Phantom just breaks the deadlock to claim a 7-6 lead. The top seed is definitely starting to flex those muscles now. Havoc fights back to make it a 7-7 stalemate. The gap in their overall win percentages is really becoming a non-factor here. Havoc is really putting the pressure on right now, taking control of the momentum with back-to-back rounds. That was an absolute clash on the ramp, and Phantom manages to come out on top in that exchange. He's showing the poise you'd expect from the top seed. Phantom pulls ahead, securing a narrow 1-round cushion. The rating difference is becoming a real factor here. And he's completely on fire now, strolling away with his 3rd straight round. This is exactly the kind of dominance we saw in their last clash. Just a blink and it's over, extending that streak to 4 straight. The momentum shift is feeling permanent here. He just can't stop this onslaught, pushing his lead to 12-8 after a brutal exchange. Exactly what the pundits predicted going into this set. Havoc finally manages to step up and halt that run. A huge mental reset for the underdog in a critical moment. He's showing real guts to keep this going, securing another win from the ramp. A very courageous effort from the underdog to pull this back. He's simply not letting up, securing a 3rd straight point to bring this game within reach. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. What a finish! Phantom closes the door and secures the victory. Havoc really pushed him to the limit there, proving he can hang with the best. He just barely missed out on the comeback. What a fight! Phantom takes the early control, putting him in a great spot after that opening kill from Heaven. Phantom sits atop the ladder as the best player in the league. It's really interesting to see the score tied up, since that rating gap usually tells a much different story. We'll see if the number 1 seed can actually assert that authority here. Phantom is cruising now, holding a dominant 3-1 lead. He's really putting that head-to-head advantage to use tonight. A complete shutdown as he secures another victory without taking any damage. That's a much cleaner start than his earlier clash with Catalyst. Absolutely ruthless, he's just completely taken over this map. The pressure just keeps mounting as he extends this lead to 6-1. It's a complete reversal of their most recent meeting on red line. Catalyst secures a quick win here to put a dent in that lead. The top seed might be feeling a bit shaky after that. Phantom is looking incredibly sharp with that 22-13 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly carrying a huge amount of confidence into this game. It's a complete contrast to Catalyst's recent struggles across his last few sets. Phantom's just running away with this, now leading 7-3. Looking back at their total head-to-head, Phantom has most of those wins. Catalyst is finally finding some rhythm, trailing 4-7 now. The pace has completely shifted in this series. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a real surprise to see the heavy favorite struggling this much. Catalyst has to clean up his game quickly if he wants to avoid an upset here. Fresh start for both players. Phantom is pulling ahead once more, now leading 8-5. That quick response shuts down the momentum shift instantly. The top seed is refusing to let this slip. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. The top seed is purely efficient with his movement right now. Unreal! He manages to survive a chaotic firefight with barely anything left to secure the win. He's really leaning into that huge lead now. A quick reaction there allows Catalyst to get back into this. Phantom is just too consistent, and at this point he's effectively shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. It's an impressive display given he's playing against the number 5 seed. Catalyst is refusing to go quietly. He's clawing back a few rounds and making this a real fight. This matches the form from their last meeting on red line. The momentum is swinging back. He's clearly figured out how to disrupt Phantom's timing. He's showing a lot of grit to stay in the hunt. Phantom puts on a masterclass of precision, winning that scramble on the ramp to put himself on match point. He just needed one clean look to close it out. A crucial stop there for Catalyst, forcing a final stand in this match. He's fighting to keep the dream of an upset alive. Absolutely insane. He clutched out the victory with just one health point to close the series. He really clawed his way back from that early deficit, but his consistency just won out in the end. What a fight! Havoc really brought the heat in that opening duel, picking Catalyst right off the ramp to get things started. Catalyst historically owns this rivalry with a 68% win rate, and honestly, that long-term dominance is exactly why he looks so comfortable right now. We're seeing a classic clash between those all-time numbers and Havoc's better current form. Havoc holds his ground on the bricks and manages to shut Catalyst down from the box. Havoc's pushing the lead, sitting comfortably at 3-2. He's been in great form today with that 31-17 record. A quick recovery there for Catalyst, using those planks to tie things up and get back on level ground. A tight battle between the 5th and 6th seeds in the league. Havoc just edged ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. He's looking to repeat that 13-6 blowout from their last meeting. Havoc is really putting the pressure on, utilizing those planks to secure another quick win. The number 6 seed is really making a statement here. Havoc is just unstoppable right now, picking the other man right off the wall for his 3rd straight. It's starting to feel like a repeat of that previous blowout. Absolute control from Havoc, who just brushed aside another attempt to slow him down. He really looks like he's found a way to crack that code today. Catalyst finally shuts the door, picking Havoc off the ramp just before the break. A clutch response for the number 5 seed right here. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the underdog is completely disregarding the history here. He's taking full advantage of his slight map edge to put the number 5 seed on his heels. Time for a new perspective. Catalyst clears the planks and secures another one, keeping things interesting as we move deeper into this set. He pulls off another impressive play, dragging Havoc right off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. Havoc has certainly found his groove today with a 31-17 record. It's a huge contrast to how Catalyst has been struggling during this stretch. We're seeing the momentum shift entirely toward the number 6 seed. Catalyst manages to hold the wine box and put another round on the board. He's fighting hard to reverse the result from their last meeting. Havoc just outreacted him, putting Catalyst right back in a hole from the ramp. He's definitely playing like the favorite in this set. A gritty exchange there, but he comes out on top to put himself just one round away from victory. The historical head-to-head is officially out the window. A sharp response there to keep the dream alive and fend off that final blow. The higher rated seed is finally starting to find some answers. A huge outplay from both players on the ramp, but Catalyst manages to stay clean and keeps this game alive. What a finish! He closes out the set with a perfect shot right there on the ramp. That's a huge statement from the number 6 seed, proving he can hang with the elite regardless of the history books. What a fight! Phantom enters this with a huge historical advantage, winning 67% of their total encounters. It's just interesting to see Havoc try and flip the script after that narrow loss in their last meeting. We'll see if this opening round was just a fluke. Havoc is really heating up, leading the series 2-1. The league leader is starting to exert some control here. Phantom has completely flipped the momentum here, erasing that early deficit in a hurry. He's simply too fast right now, capturing a third straight victory to take the lead. Expectations are high for the top seed right now. Incredible! Havoc barely survives that exchange, clinging on with a sliver of health to even things up. Phantom pulls ahead again, now leading 4-3. He's certainly living up to that top spot on the ladder. What a scrap! He barely digs himself out of that hole to bring the score level. He's really proving he can hang with the world's best right now. Phantom really makes the most of that elevation, catching Havoc off guard to secure the lead. Phantom manages to pull Havoc right off that platform, really putting some distance between them now. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply on another level right now as he continues this tier. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the world #1 is playing exactly how we expected him to. He's just got too much experience on dunes to let Havoc get a real foothold. Time to see some responses. Havoc has been surprisingly consistent today with 32 wins over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. This single round victory proves he can definitely hold his own against the top seed. Phantom holds a commanding 9-6 lead as we move forward. He is definitely finding his form after that tough loss earlier. He's showing some serious grit, shutting down the momentum and putting the pressure back on. Unbelievable! He claws back from a tiny sliver of health to keep this rally going. He's simply refusing to go down tonight. That's an effortless response from Phantom to stop the bleeding. He's really putting that #1 ranking on display. These opening exchanges are becoming a complete blur, with the rounds ending almost instantly. A complete shutout for Phantom, who now sits just a single round away from victory. Game over! He finishes the map in spectacular fashion to secure a decisive victory. He really just put on a show. Havoc fought hard, but that top spot is looking very secure right now. Phantom is coming in with a very strong 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of momentum into this series. He's definitely the one in form right now. Phantom's just edging ahead with a 2-1 lead. It's a familiar pattern for the number 1 seed. We've got a dead heat here. It's anyone's game right now. He's fighting through a rough patch in his last few matches. Absolute chaos in this one. He barely hangs on to secure the 3rd round. It's rare to see Catalyst struggle this much against the top seed. Pure deadlock as Catalyst manages to even things up. He's definitely showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom reclaimed the lead, pushing it to a 4-3 advantage. He's certainly validating that number 1 spot on the ladder. Catalyst has struggled significantly on this map with a 47% win rate over the long term. It's creating a real uphill battle for him given how comfortably Phantom is controlling the pace. I wonder if he can find a way to break this cycle. He's showing some real grit here, shutting the door completely on that last exchange. A timely response to keep things within reach. He's keeping the pressure on as he heads into the mid-game break. He's really starting to close the gap before the half. We've got a 6-all deadlock heading into the second half. It's been an incredibly balanced start that reflects just how high the skill level is for both of these players. Time to reset and go again. Phantom takes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. The world number 1 has a massive head-to-head lead in this rivalry. He's just not backing down, clawing back another round to keep the series completely level. Everything about this is pointing toward a long battle. Phantom edges ahead again, putting the pressure on Catalyst. He's refusing to fade away, digging deep to square things up at 8 apiece. The underdogs are making this a real fight. Phantom pulls forward again, holding a slim 1-round lead. It's been a bit of a struggle for him today after that loss to Havoc. He survives a brutal exchange to tie the series at 9 apiece. The tension is peaking as they head into the final stretch. He's on fire right now, securing another effortless round to claim the lead. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this series. He's completely taken over the server, piling up another win to keep this streak alive. He's absolutely relentless. This is just a complete turnaround as Catalyst puts himself one step away from victory. A lightning fast reaction there from Phantom to stay in the hunt. A fast trade to stop that momentum from snowballing. Unbelievable. He digs deep in a desperate fight to secure the win and complete the comeback. What an incredible way to shake off a slump. He just completely dismantled the world number 1's momentum. Hard fought win. Catalyst usually handles this matchup well with a 68% win rate in their history together. But he's really struggling today after going 13-22 over the last day. It will be interesting to see if he can reverse that trend here. Havoc has the edge, leading 2-1. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that earlier 13-9 victory. These matches are flying by. Havoc is just too quick for him right now. What a scrap! Catalyst barely walks away from that one, clutching the round in a total shootout. Pure grit from a player sitting 5th in the world. Havoc's firmly in control now, pushing a 4-2 lead. His strong 32-18 run over the last day is showing. Havoc keeps the lead, but Catalyst is closing in. Despite the early deficit, the 5th ranked player is fighting back. Havoc has definitely capitalized on the momentum from their last meeting, having won that 13-9 battle recently. So yeah, it looks like he's managed to find a way to dismantle the usual defensive wall Catalyst puts up. He just completely outpaced his opponent, keeping the pressure high as he claws his way back. That was a crisp response to Snap the Skid. Havoc is running away with this, sitting at 7-4. This is exactly what we expected from the slight favorite. Havoc holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the underdog is absolutely dominating this half. It's a shocking turn of events given how often Catalyst has beaten him in the past. Let's see if Catalyst finds his gear. Havoc is just relentless, now sitting on 9. He's really taking advantage of his close proximity in the ratings here. Catalyst just grabs another, bringing the score to 9-5. That was an incredibly sharp return to form. Catalyst is starting to put some serious pressure on him now. They've practically split the series evenly whenever they play this particular map. He's completely flipped the script, taking this one without taking a single point of damage. He's quickly erasing that early lead. He's just on fire, picking up a 4th straight to put a huge dent in that early deficit. A clean stop there, and he takes back control of the pace. A really tight battle between these two top 10 players. He's continuing this surge, just completely outclassing his opponent for another point. He's definitely making his presence felt in this pairing. Unbelievable, he's completely leveled the playing field at 10 apiece. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. A fierce exchange of fire, but Catalyst comes out on top to secure another one. He has officially flipped the script in this series. Sharp response from Havoc to bring this series back to a dead heat. The top 2 for this map are truly battling for every point. What a snap response! He's now just a single round away from victory. Looking like a classic battle of consistency. Absolutely incredible. He's forced a deadlock and we are headed straight into overtime. Havoc is really playing the long game here, refusing to let Catalyst break his grip on the lead. The rank 6 player is showing a lot of poise in this late game. A gritty exchange of shots, and Catalyst just barely scrapes through to tie things up. Absolutely zero room for error in a deadlock battle like this. Havoc is simply refusing to let this slip. He's showing incredible nerve in these final stages. The trade-off in efficiency is unbelievable. He takes this duel, moving just one step closer to closing the series. The pressure is clearly weighing on the higher-ranked player. What a response! He puts the pressure back on and moves to a potential match point. A truly grueling marathon for these two. Catalyst edges ahead, now leading 16-15. Catalyst holds a slender 2-round advantage here. This is a complete turnaround for the guy who started the day so cold. Catalyst stays in front with a narrow 17-16 cushion. A real dogfight between the 5th and 6th ranked guys. And just like that, Havoc levels the score at 17 all. A truly legendary stalemate between these two. Havoc pulls ahead by 1, stealing the momentum back. He is really capitalizing on those open angles right now. Pure chaos as Catalyst and Havoc sit deadlocked. Unreal, he keeps finding a way to stay in this. Havoc just grabs a narrow 19-18 lead. And we are right back to a tie at 19 apiece. Catalyst strikes first, claiming a thin 1-round lead. He is showing why he's consistently a top 10 force in this league. Catalyst now holds a commanding 2-round buffer. A brutal way to drop the hammer on his opponent. He's proving why he belongs in the top 5 globally. Catalyst pushes the lead to 21-20 after that. A clutch stop to keep the hope alive. Catalyst holds onto a tight 2-round cushion now. He just barely clawed back from the brink to secure this one. After such a shaky start to his day, that's a massive weight off his shoulders. He really had to sweat for this victory. What a war! Phantom is dominating the history here with a 67% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's a massive historical gap, but Havoc is certainly showing enough confidence today to make this a real fight. Absolutely untouchable right now. And he extends that lead to 3-0. Phantom answers back here, successfully picking Havoc off the ramp to close the gap. A critical moment to remind us why he entered this match as the favorite. Havoc just won the battle for the ramp and is really building up a lead here. Havoc is putting a huge amount of pressure on this match right now, and he's just refusing to let up. He's really capitalizing on this peak performance tonight. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to claw out the win to push his lead to 6. That's a staggering jump from the result we saw on Dunes. Phantom secures a tidy exchange to keep things interesting. He needs to shake off that tight loss to Catalyst from earlier. Havoc has been putting up strong numbers throughout the day with a 32-19 record. Well, it's clear that form is translating into raw confidence here. He's really making his opponent work for every single round. Havoc still holds a commanding 7-3 lead. He really needs to pull himself together if he wants to avoid another loss here. Phantom's just trailing by 3 as we enter round 11. A really tough spot for the world number 6 to be in. We've got an 8-4 lead for Havoc going into the break. Honestly, this is a surprising start given the rating difference. He's completely flipped the script on the top seed so far. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Havoc is still firmly in control at 8-5. He's finally starting to show the top seed pedigree. Havoc is cruising, sitting pretty at 9-5 now. The number 1 seed is really struggling to find answers. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Havoc is just reacting faster than anything we've seen so far today. Havoc's staring down a massive 10-6 lead right now. It's a promising sign for the top-rated guy. Phantom is fighting back, narrowing the gap to 7-10. A tough spot to be in after a rough series of games today. Havoc is making a really strong push here, and he's just a few rounds away from taking the lead. Phantom managed to hold that high ground, keeping his composure to stay within striking distance. He's definitely showing some of that top seed grit. A gritty fight on both sides, but Phantom survives to keep this resurgence going. He's finally starting to put on a real clinic in the closing stages. He tracks him perfectly to secure another win, cleaning Havoc right off the ramp. This is a total reversal of the early game energy. Havoc claims the ramp and puts himself in a position to close out the set right now. A huge stop to prevent that momentum from snowballing. What a response! He manages to stay perfectly safe and shuts the door on that attempt to end the game. It's an incredible display of composure from the favorite in these late stages. Unbelievable! He forces the deadlock at 12 all, erasing that early deficit completely. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp and manages to reclaim the advantage here. He's definitely fighting against the grain given the lifetime stats. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, leaving Phantom fighting for a way back in. Despite his current lead, he's still battling the ghost of that Dunes loss. Pure determination from Phantom as he secures another effortless finish from the ramp to stay in this. That was a lightning fast exchange to stop the bleeding. Havoc puts on a huge display of skill to clear him off the ramp and move within a single round of victory. That was an incredibly sharp exchange to start this final stretch. He manages to outduel Havoc in a fierce battle on the ramp, refusing to buckle under the pressure. A crucial exchange as this duel reaches a boiling point. Unbelievable, Havoc closes this out from the ramp to secure the series victory. He really fought his way back from the brink to secure that one. Totally unexpected result given the rankings. What a fight! Catalyst comes out swinging, punishing Phantom for staying on that wine box. Phantom enters this specific match with a much stronger presence here. Boasting a win rate of 68% on this layout, well, the rating gap between them is significant, so it makes sense that he's putting that pressure on the 5th best player in the league right now. Catalyst is playing with some real grit, successfully holding that high ground to keep things level. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Phantom had the perfect line of sight from the ramp to secure that win. That head-to-head record certainly favors the world number 1. They are deadlocked at 3 apiece. Absolutely anyone's game now. The number 1 ranked player is starting to feel the pressure. Phantom reads the movement perfectly and secures that trade from the ramp. A tough stretch for the number 5 seed recently. Absolutely wild, Catalyst barely survives that exchange, managing to take Phantom off the toolbox with just 8 HP left. That was an absolute slugfest. Phantom manages to edge out the win in a brutal exchange to tie things up. Catalyst is just too aggressive with his positioning, securing that window spot and taking total control of the exchange. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. We'll see if Phantom can use his map experience to close the gap in the second half. Fresh sides, new rhythm. Catalyst keeps a thin lead, sitting one up on Phantom. He's looking to lean on that superior head-to-head record. We are completely tied up at 7-all. He's certainly proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom is simply too fast, flicking right onto him on the ramp to secure another win. A total turnaround in momentum for the top seed. What a scramble! Catalyst manages to clear the ramp and survives by a mere breath to level the series. And a huge moment to stop that momentum from spiraling. Phantom really took advantage of that elevation to get the upper hand again. Looking really solid after a tough loss to him earlier today. Good heavens, he somehow digs himself out of that hole to secure a win with just 14 health. Another nail-biter that keeps this whole thing wide open. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, capitalizing on that high ground to build a dangerous lead. He's continuing a really strong run against the world's best. Tied at 10. This series is coming down to the wire. A very rapid reset from the world's best. He's really starting to find some traction here, putting an immense amount of pressure on the top seed. He's certainly not intimidated by facing the top seed tonight. It's an absolute toss-up at this point. Neither player is letting the other even blink. He really seems to be in top form today. Both players were trading heavy damage there, but Catalyst manages to secure the edge and reach match point. And that's it. A clean final burst puts the game firmly in the hands of Catalyst. He really had to dig deep for that one, surviving a few terrifying scrambles to get it done. He fought through every single round. What a fight! Catalyst really owns this rivalry with a huge overall lead. Well, he managed a close win against him in their last meeting too. Now it's a matter of whether he can actually get his momentum going today. Things are deadlocked at 1 apiece for these two. He really has the edge in the rankings. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on, catching Havoc wide open on the ramp. Purely based on a rating of 1653, Havoc should be more competitive. A complete shutdown as Catalyst shuts him down on the ramp to take full control. Despite being a slight favorite coming in, he's looking very shaky. Havoc responds with a strong look from the ramp to keep the gap small. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that strong 33-19 day. That was a lightning fast reaction from Catalyst, just simply outspeeding him on the ramp. Catalyst's win rate on this map is an incredible 73%. That specific comfort is why he looks so settled, while Havoc struggles to find any footing. The real test is whether the underdog can actually break this momentum before the half. Havoc walks away from that one unscathed, narrowing the gap slightly. He's certainly fighting the uphill battle in their overall history. Catalyst is simply dominating here, leading 7-3. Really proving himself as the better man in the rankings. Catalyst is cruising with an 8-3 lead right now. He's continuing a very strong run of form lately. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's effectively playing his role as the favorite here. That 3-round streak really gave him the breathing room he needed to close out the half. Time for a total reset. Catalyst stays in a commanding 8-5 position. He's trying to flatten the gap and erase that historic deficit. Havoc keeps the pressure on from the ramp, showing some real grit in this second half surge. He's really starting to close that gap. Catalyst really stepped up and shut that door from the ramp, cutting right through that 3-round surge. Havoc manages to trade it out from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected early on. Catalyst is still well ahead with a 10-7 cushion. The top 5 seed is really showing his class right now. He survives a wild scramble to take the round, proving he hasn't given up on this map. Catalyst isn't letting up and manages to clear Havoc off that ramp once again. He's certainly proving why he's ranked higher on the ladder. What a scramble! He barely claws his way out of that one with a sliver of health left. He's just refusing to let Havoc get any rhythm back. Unbelievable. He finishes it off with total ease to secure the victory. He's really taking over the series, and it's clear that the mental edge is just too much to handle right now. What a frantic start! Both players were on the edge, but Phantom manages to scrap through for the opening point. Phantom is just too quick today. He's completely shutting down Havoc's attempts to take high ground. He's looking to get some revenge after that last series loss. Phantom holds a massive lead in the lifetime head-to-head with over 1100 wins. But Havoc is the one who came out on top in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can regain his typical control here. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 3-2. His top-ranked status is starting to show. The momentum has completely shifted. Havoc had a strong start, but now is falling behind. He simply doesn't miss, clearing Havoc off the Tetris to extend his lead. The world #1 is really starting to flex those muscles. He's showing plenty of heart here, shutting down that run with a crisp headshot. He's certainly proving he can hold his own against the better seed. Phantom has an impressive 64% all-time win rate over thousands of games, but it's worth noting he's actually struggled in his most recent outings today. We're seeing if he can finally break that downward trend and fully seize control here. Another huge point for Havoc, who refuses to let this match slip away before the break. A really tight window for the favorite to deal with. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, it's a very balanced start. While Phantom is normally the stronger player, Havoc is playing his heart out to keep this series completely level. New sides, new opportunities. He's showing serious grit, continuing his push to narrow the gap. The underdog is putting on a clinic in the second half. And we are back to a dead heat at 7-all. This match is mirroring that close 16-14 battle they had earlier. Phantom puts a stop to that surge and takes control of the scoreboard from the ramp. The top seed is starting to really assert himself now. Unbelievable. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he claws back just in time to tie things up. Just a sliver of health left to seal that one. Phantom is really picking up speed, shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold that Tetris point. He's fighting hard to bounce back from that loss to Catalyst. Phantom edges further ahead now, sitting comfortably at 10-8. Phantom is firmly in command, looking like the #1 seed. A perfectly timed shot to cap off another win, and he's now on a roll. He's finally managing to shake off those earlier losses from today. Pure chaos in a brutal trade, but Havoc manages to emerge alive to keep his hope alive. An incredibly desperate scrap to pull that one out. A totally clean sequence for Phantom, moving him to 12 rounds. He is certainly playing like the man to beat in this lobby. A flawlessly executed duel from Havoc, keeping the pressure on as he claws back another one. Unreal! He barely hangs on through that absolute brawl to secure the final victory. He finally put an end to that losing skid he's been on today. Havoc really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Phantom carries an impressive 66% win rate on this specific map. It explains why he's looked so comfortable in this early exchange. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that map edge throughout the set. Catalyst holds the lead as we head into round 4. Tough spot for our top-rated player right now. he just keeps rolling, securing another round and building a serious lead. He's really putting the pressure on the world number one. A sharp exchange there, and he manages to close the gap on the scoreboard. Catalyst is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. He looks a bit shaken after that tough loss to Catalyst earlier today. Catalyst is currently on a 4-game winning streak. It looks like he's completely rewritten the script for this series. We are seeing the underdog really challenge the favorites' authority here. What a crisp shot. He's showing real grit to close the gap. He's fighting to prove why he entered this match as the favorite. He is digging in deep, responding with a second straight victory to stay within striking distance. Catalyst is sitting pretty with a 6-4 advantage now. That was almost instantaneous, just absolute precision. He survives a brutal slugfest, barely clinging on as the half draws to a close. Both players are practically shaking by the time they reach the break. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, Catalyst is playing exactly how we expected him to. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure, even with the number 1 seed across the server. Clean slate for the next half. He's refusing to go away, stumbling back into the lead after a brilliant display of persistence. He's really starting to assert himself after that mid-game stumble. Pure chaos now, as they've hit the 7 deadlock. He's definitely proved why he's an elite force in the top 4 of the ladder. Catalyst edges ahead, securing a slim 1-round advantage. It's a bold performance for someone facing the top seed today. He just completely takes over the map from the wine, extending his run to 3 straight. He answers right back with a perfect shot to keep his rally alive. He's showing that top-tier stability we expect from a higher seed. He claws his way back into a tie, showing tremendous heart to even the score at 9-9. Absolute deadlock now as both players reset. The resurgence is real as he secures another victory to take control of the series. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming a 4th straight round to pull well ahead. He's fully reclaimed his status as the favorite in this duel. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Unbelievable grit from Phantom, barely surviving that brawl to put himself on match point. Absolutely nails it with barely anything left in the tank. What an unbelievable turnaround. Phantom closes this out with a lightning fast kill to seize the series. He really had to fight through the fire to secure that one. It was a total grind until the very end. Hard fought win. Catalyst has a dominating 68% head-to-head win rate against his opponent. It's going to be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds up after a slow start today. We'll see if he can reverse the early momentum. He's just completely shutting down the lobby right now, securing a third straight from the ramp. Absolute perfection from him, and he's simply refusing to let up. A clean sweep so far, taking a huge 5-round lead into the early stages. He's simply in a different gear, securing his 6th straight to put a total grip on this game. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak alive. A total shift from that 13-8 loss he suffered just recently. He is simply too fast, walking away with an 8th straight victory. He's simply not missing today, extending that streak to 9. A tough stretch for the current 5th ranked player in the league. He's simply unstoppable, reaching a perfect 10 straight. He's certainly capitalizing on this momentum after a rough run of games. Heart-stopping stuff as he clutches out that fight with almost nothing left in the tank. A total reversal from how he played the last few blocks. Havoc takes a massive lead at 11-1. I mean, we expected the higher ranked player to take this, but Catalyst looks lost. He has to make a huge adjustment to stop this landslide. Time to see a response. He's starting to put up a fight here, putting together a couple of quick wins to keep this from being a complete shutout. A classic rivalry where both sides are really fighting for air. Havoc is starting to look a little shaken by these quick losses. He's on fire now, stringing together another quick victory to keep the pressure mounting. That puts him in total control, needing only a single round to finish this off. He manages to scrap another round back, keeping his hopes alive for a moment. The pressure is really mounting for the top-seeded player now. He's refusing to go down easy, digging in to prevent another quick exit. This is a huge mental test for Havoc, the higher seed here. Game over! Havoc closes the door with a lightning-fast finish to secure the victory. He really shifted the narrative in this one, proving he can hang with that top 5 ranking despite the historical struggle. Phantom just came out swinging, catching Havoc right as he pushed from the ramp. Phantom is really putting on the pressure early, just completely owning the center of the map. He's just unstoppable, securing another clean victory from the ramp. The top seed is showing exactly why he's ranked number 1. Simply a different gear right now. He's cruised to a perfect start. Havoc had that high score earlier today, but he's struggling now. He almost let this one slip, but manages to cling to a narrow survival for another round. Absolute demolition. He is simply refusing to let his opponent back into this game. A tough spot for the 6th ranked player to be in. Finally a round for Havoc, who just completely outdueled his opponent. It's a tall hill to climb from here. Phantom has always looked very comfortable in this specific pairing, controlling nearly 67% of their history together. It's clear that confidence is bleeding into this match. We have to wonder if Havoc can find any answer for that momentum. He's got the view from the ramp and uses it perfectly to seize control again. He secures another win from that ramp, extending the streak to 4 straight. Phantom takes an 11-1 lead. Well, he's completely overwhelmed his opponent here. We expected the number 1 seed to have the advantage, but this is an even wider gap than anyone predicted. Havoc needs a huge spark here. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get things moving for Havoc. The 6th seed is fighting an uphill battle right now. Havoc just shuts that down completely, taking out the top seed right from the ramp. He's keeping the momentum alive, putting together a strong 3-round run. Surprisingly clean looks coming from the number 6 seed here. A lightning-fast exchange of shots and Phantom is just 1 round away from victory. The favorite simply cannot be kept down for long. What a way to close it out. Phantom shuts the door and secures the victory. He just looks far too comfortable on this layout, proving once again why he's the one to beat right now. fast start for Catalyst, taking advantage of that high ground on the ramp to open things up. Phantom shows why he's the top seed, taking control from that ramp position to even things up. The best player in the league is showing a bit of the dominance. Catalyst is currently leaning into his 73% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, that comfort level is proving to be a massive equalizer against the world number 1. It'll be interesting to see if this early lead puts enough pressure on Phantom to force some mistakes. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, taking that ramp control to build his momentum. We've got a total deadlock at 3 apiece. Catalyst edges ahead with a slim 1-round lead. He's shaking off that tough loss to Havoc from earlier today. Incredible! He barely survives that trade to knock Phantom off the ramp and keep the streak alive. Phantom secures this one from the Tetris, bringing the score to 5-4. The head-to-head record strongly favors the top seed here. Phantom is simply too quick today, utilizing the Tetris spot to keep the pressure high. He's clearly carrying that confidence from his recent win over Catalyst. He secures a 3rd straight win from the ramp, continuing this hot stretch. He's definitely finding his stride in the second half of the day. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly where we expect it to be. Catalyst is holding his own, but Phantom looks sharp enough to close the gap if he can keep these streaks going. Time to see who blinks first. Unbelievable, he closed back into the lead after an absolute slugfest of a round. That's a nerve-wracking way to take the lead. Catalyst has taken a significant step forward with that win. It's a strong response considering he entered this match after a few tough losses earlier today. He's playing with a lot of confidence now. Absolutely flawless. He's just completely shut down his opponent's surge. The top seeded player is suddenly looking very vulnerable. What a fight! He digs deep to survive on the Tetris and claw back another round. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Catalyst is just outclassing him in these rapid exchanges, and that lead is starting to feel very secure. Phantom shuts him down on the ramp, refusing to let that lead grow. He's really fighting to keep this contest close. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Both players are reacting almost instantly now. Phantom is refusing to buckle, picking up a quick win from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's finally starting to find the gaps in the defense. Unreal! Catalyst barely clings to life after a brutal exchange, but he manages to take it down to move within one of victory. Phantom just outdueled him right off that ramp, refusing to let the match end quickly. His status as the favorite is really being tested in this close one. Boom! He seals the victory with the perfect shot to take the series. He really fought his way back into the series after that rough start today. It just goes to show that map knowledge is everything. He had to work for that. Catalyst has a huge historical edge with 977 total wins against Havoc. It's definitely a comfort zone for him, but we have to remember he's recently had a tough time against Havoc. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this early lead. Havoc holds the edge with a 2-1 lead. He's really making the most of his higher percentage on this terrain. The deadlock continues. These two are perfectly matched right now and the tension is building. He's fighting hard to bounce back from that 13-6 blowout. Havoc is just one step ahead at 3-2. We're seeing a very similar pattern to their match from earlier today. That was a quick reaction from Catalyst to put the pressure on Havoc from below. Catalyst finally claws back the lead, now sitting at 4-3. That's 3 straight, and he's looking completely untouchable right now. He's definitely proving why he's sitting higher on the ladder right now. Havoc answers back quickly to keep things tight. He's certainly feeling the confidence of his strong day so far. We are all square now at 5 apiece. The momentum is definitely shifting in his favor today. Unreal, he barely survives that brutal exchange to take his 3rd straight round. He is really capitalizing on his higher map win rate. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, the underdog is definitely playing his best game right now. Catalyst needs to find a way to close this gap if he wants to avoid another loss to this opponent. Time for a fresh start. Havoc still maintains a slim lead at 7-6. The top 5 slot is starting to assert itself. Havoc has been absolutely on fire today with a 34-22 record. Well, it's clearly translating to his confidence here as he continues to punish a teammate who is struggling. He's really taking control of the pace now. That was far too easy for Catalyst, who just won't go away quietly. That was a sharp snap back to reality for Havoc. Havoc is pulling far away now, leading 10-7. Havoc looks comfortably in control with a huge lead here. Havoc is simply too quick right now, ending these engagements before Catalyst can even react. Catalyst is refusing to let this slide, keeping himself very much in the mix. A strong response here as Catalyst keeps his head high and secures another one. Havoc manages to outlast him after a fierce battle on the Tetris, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is looking incredibly steady in the closing stretch. What a clinical finish to close it out. Havoc secures the victory with an absolute blur of a play. He's just keeping the momentum going today. Another win against one of the most consistent players in the league. Phantom has won 67% of their all-time encounters. It's a huge historical advantage for the top seed, but he's already looking a bit shaky after that opening round. We'll see if the skill gap is enough to turn things around. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The number 1 rated player in the league needs to answer back. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair while holding that wine position, just barely edging it out. The favorite is really under pressure right now. Havoc just shuts down that wine angle completely. He's really putting the pressure on here. A complete role reversal from their last meeting on Mappa. That's a huge response from Phantom, who looks much sharper and is beginning to claw back into this. He has the raw mechanical edge to take this series. Havoc has been in incredible form today with a 35-22 record over the last 24 hours. That confidence is definitely carrying over into these exchanges. It will be interesting to see if he can sustain this momentum against the top seed. Another clean win for the top seed, and he's showing some real grit to stay in this game. He's finally starting to play like the higher seeded player. Havoc really knows how to use that wine spot to his advantage, extending his lead to 6. He's refusing to let this match slip away, ending the sequence with an effortless snapshot. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. This basically mirrors the pre-match forecast as neither player is giving an inch. It'll come down to who can hold their nerve in the final stretch. Let's see who blinks first. That was an effortless finish to take the lead, continuing this impressive recovery. The higher seed is starting to assert his dominance here. He's simply refusing to back out, putting a healthy distance between himself and the opposition. Absolute perfection from the top seed, who just cruised through another exchange to hold a 3-round lead. Havoc answers back with a perfect sequence to keep this match alive. The underdog is refusing to let this slip away. He completely outclasses his opponent in that trade, taking no damage while securing the round. He just shuts things down instantly, showing a real grit to stay in this contest. He continues to fight back, putting a serious dent in that lead. The momentum is shifting quickly for the underdog. What a turnaround! He secures another clean win to completely erase the deficit. Everything's completely open now as we head into the final stretch. He just can't be stopped right now, picking up another win to move one step closer to victory. His composure is just on another level right now. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just one step from victory after an incredible run of form. He just won't go away, staying alive in this series with a stunning display of poise. What a finish. Havoc digs deep to claw back and close this out in an absolute nail-biter. He really shook off the ghosts of their history to pull this one out. Phantom fought until the end, but he just couldn't stop that run. What a fight. Phantom holds a significant historical advantage on this map, winning 68% of his matches here. That certainly explains why he's looking so comfortable in these opening exchanges. He is clearly fighting to maintain that dominance throughout the set. Unbelievable. He barely survives the exchange to drop Catalyst off the ramp. The top seed is really making a statement here. He just can't be stopped, cutting him down from the ramp to hit that 4-round mark. He's looking every bit like the top seed on the ladder right now. Catalyst answers back with a crisp exchange to stop the runaway lead. He really wants to avenge that previous loss from earlier today. Phantom is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5. He's playing like the best player in the league right now. Phantom is just too quick right now, absolutely shredding through these rounds. He's definitely capitalizing on that individual skill gap right now. Catalyst has actually taken 4 of their last 5 head-to-head meetings. I mean, it shows he has the tools to outplay the world #1, even when things look bleak. The real test is whether he can sustain this momentum long enough to close the gap. Phantom's just not letting him breathe, securing another win from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Catalyst manages to clear that toolbox, cutting a bit more into the lead. That's a respectable response for the number 5 seed. It's 9-3 in favor of Phantom, and he's completely defying the odds as the underdog here. I mean, the number 1 seed is just taking total control of this server. Time to see if the gap shrinks. Catalyst really timed that one perfectly, picking him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's already securing a victory over the top-ranked player today. He's really starting to chip away at that lead, showing some serious grit in this middle stretch. A complete shutout on this one, as he puts together a 3-round burst to keep the pressure climbing. A fast reaction there to put the momentum back in his favor. Phantom is just completely owning the high ground right now, shaking off that brief stumble to stay in the driver's seat. Catalyst is really making things interesting now, taking control from the ramp to tighten the grip on this game. Despite that gap on the ladder, it's a real fight now. What a fight! He barely survives that trade to clear Catalyst off the box, and now he's just 1 round away from the finish. Another nail-biter where he barely walks away with the victory. What a read! He catches him right there on the ramp to stop the bleed. He's proving to be a lot tougher than the analysts expected. He's staying composed under pressure, refusing to let the set end just yet. The top seed is feeling the heat for the first time. He closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. He really looked like the better man today, and his raw speed on this map was just too much to handle. Havoc looks sharp out of the gate, securing a quick win from the Tetris. Catalyst holds a massive head-to-head advantage in their long history together, but that hasn't translated into early success today. He's currently dealing with a 3-match skid, including the game he just played against Havoc. We have to see if those historical numbers still matter here. Catalyst shows some grit, picking Havoc right off the Tetris to get back in this. Havoc is still firmly in the driver's seat despite that stumble. Havoc is dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's refusing to go away, taking a completely unscathed round to keep the pressure on. The comeback continues as he finds another quick opening to keep this match close. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to find an answer. Unbelievable. Catalyst wipes the slate clean, knocking him off the ramp to lock a dead tie. The underdog is playing perfectly to the matchup right now. Havoc answers back by picking him off the ramp. Just another high-tier battle between the top 10 of our rating. He's completely erased that deficit, clawing back to a dead-even score. This is far from the script we expected for the underdog. He's completely shifted the tide here, putting the pressure back on Havoc before they head into the break. A huge shift in momentum heading into the half. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break and he's playing exactly like the map expert we expected. Honestly, his top tier ranking is showing, but Havoc is keeping this very competitive. Time to swap sides. Catalyst isn't backing down, reacting quickly to put his opponent off the ramp. The underdog side is really struggling to find an answer. He's just relentless right now, walking away with another perfect round to push the gap further. A tough spot for the early favorite to be in. He's just cruising through this set, using that ramp advantage to widen the gap further. He is making that pre-match favorite status look like a mistake. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange with a handful of health left. Purely a clutch reflex shot to stay alive. Havoc is riding a strong wave today with a 36-22 record over the last 24 hours, so it's clear he's bringing a huge amount of confidence into this stretch. He's effectively flipped the script on this series. Let's see if he can keep this pace up. What a turnaround! He's putting himself in a position to close this out right now. The seed is finally reflecting that skill gap. A hard-fought exchange there, but he manages to secure the kill and slow things down. He's fighting a steep uphill climb right now. He certainly found his confidence in this final stretch. The momentum has completely shifted since the break. Havoc is simply refusing to go down, clinging to life by a thread after a brutal exchange from the ramp. Another clean burst from the Tetris as he keeps this incredible streak rolling. He's effectively wiped out that lead in a heartbeat. Absolute brilliance from Havoc to force the deadlock and push this whole affair into overtime. He's showing incredible resolve, taking out the opponent from the ramp to regain the lead. The higher rated man is finally finding his feet. What a clutch response from Havoc to bring this all the way back to a deadlock. The pre-match odds were nearly a coin toss for a reason. The fight back is still on as Catalyst digs deep to reclaim the advantage in this overtime scramble. A lightning-fast execution to put the pressure squarely on the opponent. The pace of the game is just blistering now. Unbelievable. Catholic shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He really fought through the mud for that one, especially after being pushed to the absolute limit in overtime. Truly an incredible effort from Havoc. He had to work for that. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that scramble, clutching the win from the ramp. Goodness, he almost didn't make it, but Phantom manages to clear him off the ramp to even the score. Expectations are high for the top seed here. Phantom is really taking control here, picking up a clean kill from the Tetris. Expected a strong showing from the league leader today. Absolute perfection from the ramp as he keeps this run going. He's proving why he's the top rated name on the ladder. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his grip on the series. He's really making that rating gap felt right now. He puts up a strong fight from the ramp, refusing to let the deficit grow any larger. He's certainly shaking off the rust from that narrow loss to KL. Hard stopping finish there. He survives by a hair to take a commanding 5-2 lead. He's clearly leaning on that lifetime head-to-head advantage. Havoc digs deep to secure the fight, knocking Phantom right off those boxes. He's starting to put some serious pressure on the favorite. He's refusing to fade away, keeping the momentum swinging his way with another clean takedown. Unbelievable. He claws his way back to a deadlock, surviving that desperate fight on the boxes with a sliver of health. A completely different flow than we saw at the start. He just can't be stopped, extending that run to 4 straight as he takes the lead. The tide has completely shifted in a flash. We're seeing a 7-5 lead for Havoc. Honestly, the number 1 seed is struggling to stay ahead. I expected the rating gap to play a bigger role, but the underdog is holding a surprising advantage right now. Time to see if this holds. Phantom manages to clear his way from the ramp and gets the score back to a virtual draw. His all-time win rate is definitely supporting this late charge. We are completely deadlocked at 7-all. The top seed is finally asserting that early advantage. He's simply on fire right now, extending this surge to a 3rd straight win. The top seed is finally getting a result from the ladder stats. A brutal scrap on the ramp, but he outlasts the exchange to reach 4 straight. It's looking like a lot more like the match we expected. Both players are fighting for ground on the ramp, but he manages to outlast the exchange for a 5th straight. Phantom is looking every bit like the top-seeded player today. Absolutely crushing it now. He just mows through the defense to reach 6 in a row. Finally, a break in that run as Havoc shuts down the momentum. He's showing quite a bit of grit against the top seed. He's staying aggressive from the ramp and finds another clean target to keep this comeback alive. The underdog is fighting back from a massive deficit. He secures another one from the ramp, narrowing this gap to a single round. Just a complete reversal of the expected outcome here. Phantom puts a stop to that rally, moving himself to the edge of victory. The top side of the bracket is showing its teeth. Havoc just refuses to back down, winning another intense scrap on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely phenomenal. He closes it out with a hard-fought win to secure the match. That was a total war of attrition. Havoc really pushed him to the limit, but the experience of the top seed eventually took over. What a fight. Phantom currently sits as the best player on our rating ladder, and the raw numbers on this map lean heavily in his favor. It's clear he's in a great spot mentally after taking that last match between the two of them. I wonder if Catalyst can find a way to shift the tide. Phantom is cruising through this with a 2-1 lead. The betting odds actually had the opposite result in mind here. Catalyst has the wind in his sails now, taking a commanding lead after those 2 quick rounds. He's just on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight for the lead. The momentum shift is huge considering how they've historically matched up. He's completely take over this set, barely breaking a sweat to hit 4 in a row. Definitely not the start his 21-15 day suggested. A messy exchange that ultimately goes in Phantom's favor. His all-time numbers are just slightly higher over the long haul. And we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. He's showing why he's currently sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst barely edges ahead with a slim 5-4 lead. He's certainly making the most of his high rank today. Catalyst is holding a healthy 2-round lead right now. It's an impressive spot to be in, given that he's traditionally a bit of an underdog in these matchups. He's really playing a different game today. What a scramble! He almost doesn't make it out of that trade, but he manages to secure his 3rd straight. Really outclassing the number 1 seed right now. Catalyst heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead, and honestly he's just performing exactly how we expected from the favorite. He's looking strong as he looks to close this out in the 2nd half. Time to see if Phantom responds. Catalyst is just dominating, stretching it to 9-4. It's quite a shift from their previous encounter on Fast Aim. Catalyst is absolutely rolling now at 10-4. His overall head-to-head lead is practically disappearing. Phantom finally gets a round on the board to slow things down, keeping himself in the fight. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get back into this. It's getting harder and harder for Phantom to find any footing in this set. It's a stark contrast to the way his last set ended. The exchanges have really slowed down lately. These last few rounds are taking much longer to settle. He's finally put together a mini run to chip away at that lead. The pace is picking up quickly now. He's completely taking over now, ending the fight without taking a single point of damage. He's really hammering home that long-term head-to-head advantage. He's simply refusing to go away, securing another huge round to keep this rally alive. He's putting up an incredible wall for the lead. Simply unbelievable. He is on a tearing rampage right now, clawing his way back into this battle. He puts a stop to that run and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. That was a swift response to regain control. What a finish! Catalyst survives the brawl and officially closes out the series. Phantom threw everything he had at this in that final stretch, but he just couldn't find the last few shots to seal it. What a fight! A chaotic opening trade, and Havoc barely manages to scrape through with his life. Unreal. Catalyst survives a total war of attrition, clutching it out by a hair. Both players are sitting right at the top of the ladder. Catalyst generally holds a massive historical advantage here with a 68% win rate in their head-to-heads. And honestly, he's coming off a fresh victory against Havoc earlier today. It will be interesting to see if the momentum finally shifts back in his favor. A completely untouchable sequence for Havoc, who looks absolutely oppressive right now. What a brawl. He barely survives that exchange to bring the score to 2-4. Both of these guys are just refusing to go down easy. Havoc's leading 5-2 and looks unstoppable. He's really putting that top quartile rating to work. Havoc is just cruising now, dominating with a 6-2 lead. A really strong showing from the number 6 seed today. Havoc completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt, keeping the pressure high. A complete flip from their most recent encounter. The momentum has completely swung, and now he's simply outclassing everything Catalyst throws at him. He's really making the most of his 36-24 record today. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to break the rhythm right before the switch. We head into the break with Havoc up 8-4. You know, Catalyst was expected to hold his ground, but the underdog is completely ignoring the historical stats right now. He's putting a lot of pressure on the number 5 seed. Time for Catalyst to wake up. What a scramble! He barely walks away with his life after fighting from the ramp. He's refusing to let that short lead slip away. Havoc has a really strong 36-24 record today, and honestly, that overall consistency is why he managed to build such a substantial lead. It's going to be a struggle for Catalyst to actually pull this back if Havoc maintains this pace. Havoc is just tearing through these rounds lately, and he manages to pluck Catalyst right off the ramp again. An absolutely effortless flick there to put him on the verge of victory. A lightning fast reaction there, and Catalyst stays completely healthy to keep this series alive. He's keeping the fight alive with another clean sequence to push back the pressure. He's finally starting to put some pressure back on the lead. He's on fire now, claiming a third straight to keep the dream alive. A complete 180 from the start of this series. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door with a flawless shot to seal the victory. He finally breaks the curse and gets some revenge today. Definitely a huge confidence booster for Havoc coming into the next set. Phantom really dominates the head-to-head history, winning over 67% of their lifetime encounters, but Havoc is entering this match with a much stronger day, having won 37 of his last 61 games. We'll see if the world number 1 can regain his composure. Absolute chaos there, and Havoc barely scrapes through with his life to take a narrow lead. He's really making the most of his strong day so far. Havoc is simply cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. The 6th ranked man is certainly not intimidated by the number 1 seed. He's just completely taking over the server now, moving to a 4-round lead. The number 1 seed is really feeling the pressure early on. He's just completely dismantling the top seed right now. He's playing far above his usual level today. He's just completely outclassing the world number 1 right now. 5 in a row. He's just untouchable, simply erasing the opposition right off the Tetris blocks. Rarely do we see a gap this wide, this early. Finally, a response from the top seed ending that long run and bringing the score to 2-7. A quick reminder that the favorite still has plenty of gear. Phantom is currently nursing a 19-16 record over the last day. It's clear that the early struggle isn't an uncommon story for him today. We're seeing a very familiar pattern as he tries to fight back into this contest. We head into the break with Havoc holding a strong 8-4 advantage. You know, it's a shocking turn of events considering how much the odds favored Phantom coming into this one. Time to switch sides. Phantom cuts the lead to 3 with a clutch round. He's definitely not letting that earlier loss to Catalyst get in his head. Havoc still holds a healthy 4-round cushion. A really impressive outing from the 6th seed so far. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, putting a huge dent in any hopes of a quick recovery. Havoc is still firmly in control at 10-6. He's trying to reclaim a lead he's had in most of their clashes. Havoc is really putting a stranglehold on this series. He's just making it impossible for the favorite to build any momentum. Phantom is digging in, but it's an uphill climb from here to bring this series back to even. This is how the favorite usually handles these deficits. Havoc just can't find a way to stop him. That's another quick round decided from the heights. A strong showing by the 6-6. He's just not letting up, taking full control of this series as the gap closes. The pressure is mounting on the top seed to close this out. Unbelievable! He's just completely shifted the tide, taking 4 in a row to bring this within striking distance. The momentum shift is palpable now. He's simply an unstoppable force right now, leveling the score perfectly with a 5th straight victory. A total flip of the script from where we started. A massive blow to the comeback attempt, and suddenly the finish line is right there for Havoc. The world's best player is really fighting for his life here. What a finish! Havoc closes it out with a picture-perfect shot to secure the victory. It's a huge result for the 6th seed, finally shaking off that lifetime losing record against the world's best. He fought through a wild swing in momentum to get it done. What a match! What a scrap to start the match. Phantom manages to scrape through with a narrow victory. Phantom really holds the historical advantage here, winning over 55% of their head-to-head battles. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle this opponent. The real question is if Catalyst can flip the script and find some answers today. We've got a dead heat with both players locked at 2. A really tough start for the #1 seed today. Phantom is starting to put some pressure on the top 5 here, moving back into a comfortable lead. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. Phantom's now firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Catalyst manages to hold that high ground on the wine and keeps things competitive here. Total reset. Catalyst has completely closed the gap to 4-4. Hard to believe the top player is slipping this far. Phantom edges ahead by 1 round now. He's really looking to make up for that loss on orange. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Phantom retains that slim lead heading into round 11. The current #1 looks like he's finally settling in. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, the underdog is certainly capitalizing on his 66% win rate on Italy. He looks poised and precise, while the favorite is struggling to keep pace. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Phantom has a strong historical advantage on this map with a 66% win rate. And we are seeing that experience translate into a really dominant push right now. It's starting to look like the top rated player is just too strong to stop. Phantom is cruising now with a 3-round cushion. He's really showing the grit needed to stay in this fight. He's digging in deep, utilizing that high wine position to secure his 2nd straight win. Looking like he's finally found a way to break that rhythm. Phantom is dominating, extending his lead to 10-7. Phantom is really putting the screws to him now, moving just 2 rounds away from closing this out. The league's current #1 is really making a statement. Catalyst is refusing to go quietly here, keeping this within striking distance. He is on a roll now, continuing a fierce climb back into the game. The favorite is starting to look a bit vulnerable. Phantom answers back immediately, putting himself just 1 step away from the victory. That was a clean, decisive recovery from the previous loss. What a finish! Phantom closes it out and secures the victory. He just looked far too fast for his opponent today, especially with that insane flick to start the series. Wow, a complete brawl to start the map, but Havoc barely hangs on to take the opening round. Catalyst has historically been the heavy favorite here, owning a massive 68% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear that Havoc is trying to break that pattern after that last win. He's definitely got the confidence to push it. Havoc is absolutely dominating, sitting comfortably at 3-1. Catalyst keeps his cool on the wine box to shut things down and bring us right back to a tie. He's really fighting to erase those recent losses from his record. Everything is back to square one, with both players tied at 3. A tough set for Catalyst, who's had a rough run of matches today. He just outduels him right there on the ramp to take full control of the map. Both players are sitting right at the top of the ladder. Havoc pulls off a clean play, picking him off the ramp to level things up. It's a tough look for the number 5 rated player right now. Catalyst holds that height advantage and quickly secures another round for himself. Catalyst has an all-time win rate of 60% over his entire career, and honestly, seeing him push this lead makes it feel like he's finally shaking off the slow start to his day. We just need to see if he can keep this momentum rolling. Catalyst is sitting on an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the top-seeded player is playing exactly as you'd expect. He's just consistently stronger in these duels right now. Time to switch things up. Havoc is putting up a fight, quickly cleaning up the exchange from the ramp to close the gap. He's been the more productive one on the server today. Unreal. Havoc barely survives that slugfest to cut the lead to 8-6. He's on fire. Havoc just dropped him right off the wine box to keep this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. Catalyst answers back with an immediate headshot to regain some ground. Catalyst is pulling away now with a 10-7 cushion. Havoc is refusing to go away, securing another round from the ramp to keep this chase alive. He keeps the pressure high, outplaying his opponent from the ramp to narrow the gap. Catalyst just shuts him down on the ramp, proving he's still in the driver's seat here. He's showing incredible grit here, refusing to let this lead slip away. He's really proving why he entered this server as the slight favorite. A cautious exchange that finally ended with him stepping up and evening the score. The underdog is really stepping up his game in the final stretch. A huge response from the favorite to put himself on the verge of victory. That was a blink and you miss it exchange to reclaim the lead. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the match. He really had to dig deep for that one. Havoc fought back with everything he had, but it just wasn't quite enough. What a fight! A lightning fast start from Phantom, cleaning him right off the Tetris to open things up. Phantom owns the historical record here with a 67% head-to-head win rate. It's a massive gap to overcome, but Havoc actually managed to take their most recent duel. We'll see if that previous victory gives him some confidence to break this streak. He just can't find a way in, as he gets dropped from the Tetris once again. He is putting his status as the #1 seed on full display. He almost threw it away there, but manages to claw out a victory in a frantic trade of shots. Having played over 20,000 games, he knows exactly how to close these out. He is just completely outclassing his opponent right now, extending the lead to 6-0. Another perfect round for the top seed, who's simply not letting up. The top seed is really making his case today. He secures another win from the Tetris, just completely cruising through this first half. He's proving why he currently holds that top spot on the ladder. He completely deletes him from the ramp, extending that run to 9 straight. It's a far cry from the result we saw on the dunes. Absolutely crushing. He's just simply not letting off the gas, taking 10 straight. A tough spot for the 6th ranked guy to find himself in. He just doesn't stop, putting up a total shutout right before we head into the break. A totally different story than how things went on the duel. Phantom takes a massive 12-0 lead into the break. And honestly, this is way more one-sided than we expected from a slight favorite. He's just completely running away with this early on. Time for a reset. Absolutely terrifying. A perfect 13-0 sweep to close it out. Havoc just didn't have an answer today, especially with some of those ridiculously quick reaction times we saw. Phantom holds a strong historical advantage with a 70% win rate here. So he should feel very comfortable in this environment. The key is whether he can translate that confidence into the current map flow. What a scramble! Both players were shredded, but Phantom manages to claw out the victory. The #1 ranked player in the league is starting to show. Catalyst is edging ahead, leading 2-1. He's really fighting to overturn that head-to-head deficit. Catalyst is firmly in control, now leading 3-1. Phantom's recent total shutdown of Havoc didn't quite prepare him for this. That was a lightning-fast exchange, and now the map is completely wide open. That was a remarkably clean kill to tie things up slightly. They both ended up in the same spot, but Catalyst was just a fraction of a second faster. He's definitely making up for that close loss in their last meeting. Unbelievable, Phantom claws back into the round, barely escaping that firefight with his life. He's looking dangerous when he can scrape those survival wins. We are completely deadlocked at 4-all. The #1 seed is proving why he's at the top. And that's another one. He's completely taken over the pace here. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Catalyst holds the high ground on the ramp to level the score at 5-all. He's really putting his 5th place ranking to the test. The momentum has completely shifted. Catalyst is now staring down a 3-round streak as he pulls away from the top seed. He's certainly playing like a man determined to flip the odds. It's 7-5 for Catalyst going into the break. Things are playing out exactly how most of us expected. He's keeping the pressure on the world #1 and holds a slim lead. Let's see how the sides shift. Catalyst is currently on a tear, winning 4 rounds in a row. And honestly, that's a stark contrast to his 40% win rate over his last 10 matches. It feels like he's finally found his footing against the #1 seed. I wonder if Phantom has a response before this completely gets out of hand. What a response from the world #1, who just walked through that engagement untouched. He's finally clawing back into this series. He's absolutely surging right now, completely erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The tide has completely turned and he's now sitting on 4 straight wins. The top-seeded player is finally asserting himself in this duel. A quick response from Catalyst to keep things deadlocked. Phantom manages to pluck him right off the ramp, showing great resolve to keep this lead. It's exactly the kind of composure we'd expect from the league leader. Phantom finds the opening and shuts him down on the ramp to push his lead further. He's really starting to look like the favorite again. He's definitely feeling the weight of that top seed status right now. Absolute brilliance from the #1 seed to seal the deal and take the match. He looked completely different in that second half, proving why he holds the top spot in the rankings. Catalyst has an incredibly strong historical edge with a 68% win rate in their head-to-head battles. You know, that psychological weight is a huge factor given they've won their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can finally break that cycle today. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. We're seeing a real battle between the top 6 of the ladder. These exchanges are happening so fast, they're almost instantaneous. The higher seed is quickly proving himself here. Havoc manages to hold that ramp position well, bringing the score right back to a tight game. A very tight battle between 2 of the top 6 on the ladder. Catalyst is just dominating, stretching the lead to 4-2. Not the kind of start he hoped for after that run against Phantom. Havoc entered this map as the slight favorite, but he's struggling to translate those expectations into results. He needs to figure out how to slow this momentum down before the lead slips completely away from him. Havoc wins the trade to secure a round and bring the score to 6-3. He really is playing his best game of the day so far. He shuts things down from the ramp, continuing this strong surge to narrow the gap. He's finally started to play like the pre-match favorite. Catalyst pulls ahead again, now leading 7-4. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, the top seed is playing exactly how we expected him to. He's managed to keep his composure and stay ahead despite a few narrow escapes by Havoc. Let's see if the momentum shifts. He refuses to go away quietly, clawing right back into this game. This is exactly why he was tipped to win the match. The momentum is swinging fully now, with another rapid fire that puts things level. He's completely taken over this set, moving ahead with his 3rd straight victory. The momentum is completely shifted in his favor now. Catalyst puts a stop to that momentum and levels the series. It's practically a toss-up given how they fared on this layout. Catalyst regains the lead, putting him up 9-8. He's definitely taking advantage of that rating edge right now. Total reset, we are completely deadlocked now. Catalyst just edges ahead once more, making it 10-9. He is really putting that higher ladder rank on display. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, stacking up the quick wins to secure a dangerous lead. He's refusing to fold, keeping his composure to close the gap further. What a display of grit! Havoc just wipes the slate clean, leaving us completely tied up at 11-11. A complete deadlock heading into the final stretch. A lightning fast reaction by Catalyst to put himself just a single round away from victory. And there it is! Catalyst secures the final kill and seals the victory. He really pushed him to the limit, but that's just how he's been dominating this rivalry lately. What a fight! Phantom holds a staggering 1178-582 advantage in their career, head-to-head history. And he's really putting that dominance on display today after his last victory against Havoc was a complete shutdown. This is going to be an uphill battle for Havoc to find any footing. Havoc strikes back and now leads the series 2-1. Havoc is fighting back from a tough stretch of losses today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking complete control of the server. A complete reversal from that shutout we saw earlier. Phantom earns a hard-fought victory in a messy exchange. The top seed is finally starting to exert his presence. Havoc keeps charging ahead, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. A surprising shift for the number 6 seed today. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely escapes with his life to push the lead to 5-2. This is a massive turn of events for the top seed. He is simply outclassing Phantom right now, extending his hold on this match. The lower seed is putting up a fierce fight right now. A quick response from Phantom to keep the score within reach. He's certainly the stronger player on the ladder, and it's showing. He's putting on a show of grit, taking 2 straight to shrink this deficit. He's really starting to push back against those odds. Havoc has managed to keep a respectable 38-27 record over the last day, and he's translating that confidence into a strong performance right now. He isn't letting the pressure of facing the top seed get to him at all. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the world number 1 to coast through this, but he's struggling to keep up. The underdog is definitely the one in control right now. Havoc is really running away with this, leading 8-5. It's a far cry from that shutout we saw in their last meeting. He's refusing to go away, shutting down that momentum with a near-perfect exchange. Phantom needs to dig deep if he wants to force a tie. He finds the winning shot from the wine, showing some real grit to close the gap. The pressure is mounting for Havoc to hold this lead. Havoc had the read on him and simply tore through that wine position. The gap in the ratings is barely a factor in this series. He's showing some real toughness now, keeping the pressure on to stay within striking distance. The world's best player is finally starting to close that gap. Havoc holds on to a 2-round cushion at 10-8. Despite his ranking, he's playing like he owns this series. That was a total shutdown of the round as he continues to claw his way back into this match. Pure precision on that shot to keep the score tight. He's really holding his own in these fast-paced exchanges, refusing to let the top seed pull away. Phantom is simply refusing to break, securing another effortless round to keep this chase alive. Still an incredibly tight series for these two. He is simply outperforming his opponent right now, leveling the score in a flash. He is truly playing like the number 1 seed right now. Unbelievable! Phantom pulls off the ultimate comeback to claim the victory. He's just too experienced for the long game. That's a hell of a way to close out a nail-biter. What a fight! Phantom holds a substantial lead in their overall head-to-head record. It's only natural then that we're seeing that confidence carry over into this series. I'm curious to see if Catalyst can rely on his map history to flip the script here. Catalyst really capitalized on that ramp advantage to bring this one right back to a tie. Phantom is definitely feeling the heat from the number 5 seed. We're completely deadlocked now with Catalyst and Phantom tied. The top rated man in the league is starting to look vulnerable. He just can't be stopped right now, claiming another victory from the ramp. That's a surprising shift from their last encounter together. What a scrap! Phantom barely walks away from that exchange, but it secures the tie. That was a dangerously thin margin of health to survive on. Catalyst is just refusing to let Phantom breathe out there, pushing the lead further. He is really capitalizing on that map advantage we saw in the prep. Catalyst puts a stop to that ramp defense, putting a real dent in the top seed's momentum. That's a tough spot for the league's top seed. Both players collided on the ramp, but Phantom was just a split second faster to the mark. He's looking sharp after that 13-11 victory over Havoc earlier. Tension is peaking as they head into round 10. That's quite a contrast from those 4 recent wins in a row. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is proving he belongs here. He's definitely defying the odds by holding the advantage right now. Fresh start for both players here. Phantom is just locking down those ramp exchanges and really tightening his grip on this series. This is a classic case of the league's top dog asserting dominance. Phantom has clearly outclassed his opponent today, leading the series 9-5. He's managing to distance himself completely from the field. It's becoming very difficult for Catalyst to bridge this gap. Catalyst manages to outplay him from the ramp, though Phantom held a strong position on the Tetris. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that 13-11 result against Havoc. He catches the shot from the Tetris, showing some real grit to keep this rally alive. The gap in their skill ratings is starting to feel irrelevant right now. Unbelievable, he just can't be slowed down, keeping the pressure on to close this gap. Purely fascinating how the momentum is shifting toward the lower seed. Phantom secures the target from the ramp, extending his lead to 10-8. Consistency is key for the league leader today. His recent form has been formidable, taking 4 straight in his last 10. He's staying dangerous and keeps this game within reach. Absolutely effortless. He takes full control of the server and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. What a finale! He shuts the door completely to secure a massive victory. He just completely neutralized that map advantage Catalyst usually enjoys on red line to put this one away. Catalyst gets the early lead, picking Havoc right off the Tetris to open things up. Catalyst has traditionally been the one in control here, winning about 68% of their direct encounters. I mean, he just took their most recent series as well. It'll be interesting to see if that historical dominance carries over into this particular map. Everything is wide open now that Havoc has leveled it. He's currently sitting just one spot above his opponent on the ladder. Havoc is really putting the pressure on early, barely giving Catalyst any room to breathe in these opening encounters. Catalyst is really staying sharp and just took that fight right off the ramp. Both of these guys are definitely fighting their way back from rough starts today. Havoc is really making the most of that height advantage, taking out Catalyst from the boost to hold the lead. A very balanced look between the two right now. Catalyst just reads him like a book, picking him right off that box. It's been a tough run for Havoc, currently nursing a 4-game slide. Catalyst holds a narrow edge now, leading 5-4. He's really playing like the top 5 seed right now. The search continues as he completely shuts down the opposition for a 3rd straight round. Catalyst takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go. He's really leaning on that high map win rate to keep the momentum on his side. Time for Havoc to dig deep. Havoc just makes a huge play by picking Catalyst right off that ramp to slow things down. He really is fighting for his life in this series. He's showing a lot of grit now, picking up another round to keep this comeback alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this second half. Havoc is on fire now, picking his opponent off the ramp to maintain this hot streak. He's fighting back from the depth of a serious deficit here. He snaps right back into control, putting a stop to that rally. Squeaking through that one with a heart-stopping amount of health. He's completely taken over the pace of this match, extending his lead to 4. Havoc stands his ground from the Tetris to keep the dream alive. He's definitely showing that same grit he had during his win over Vortex. He stays composed on the ramp and secures his 2nd straight victory. The underdog is finally starting to look dangerous. What a closing shot! Catalyst seals the victory right here and takes the map. He just couldn't find a way to close the gap today. That's another one for the history books in this rivalry. Phantom is coming in with a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning well over 60% of their past encounters. Combined with his current 5-game winning streak, he looks completely composed. Now we just have to see if Havoc can shake that slump. Havoc is surging ahead, holding a slim 2-1 lead. He's fighting back hard after that 11-13 loss in their previous meeting. Simply ruthless. He picks him off the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. A huge statement coming from the number 6 seed. Phantom earns his first round back, picking his opponent off the ramp. The league's number 1 seed is starting to flex. Havoc makes a quick read on that wine box position to build a decent cushion early on. Havoc is really defying the odds right now. He's playing some very disciplined CS right now. He is just on fire right now, extending his run to 3 straight. The higher rated player is really struggling to find a way back in. He's clearly trying to find that dominant form from his 13-9 win over Catalyst. Absolutely wild. He barely scrapes through with a single point of health while fighting from the planks. An impressive display of grit considering the odds tonight. Havoc puts another one in the books, shutting him down while holding the ramp. Quite a turnaround for a player who had 5 straight losses recently. Havoc takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is pointing toward a huge upset right now. The top seed is looking completely lost against the lower ranked player's aggression. Time to see if the gap shrinks. Havoc is really leaning on his strong 38-29 output from today. And honestly, that's the only reason he's managed to push the top seed this far. He's clearly playing out of his skin to keep this close. I wonder if the momentum shift is finally starting to favor the favorite here. He's completely shifted the energy now, claiming a 3rd straight for the recovery. The pressure is mounting for the lower seed now. Havoc answers back with a clean spray from the blanks. He's refusing to let the top seed pull away. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel irrelevant in this set. A complete stalemate as we head into the final stretch. Havoc barely holds the lead at 10-9. It's just a different animal when he's finding his form. Both of these guys are absolutely locked in right now. He is refusing to back down, clawing back into the lead with a 2nd straight win. The favorite is finally finding his footing when it matters most. Havoc avers the pressure here, catching him right as he stepped onto the ramp. The top seed is feeling the heat now. A perfect strike, and the top seed is now just 1 round from a victory. Everything is falling back into place for the heavy favorite. Absolutely gutsy way to force an extra frame. He really looks like the superior player when the stakes peak. Havoc secures that trade from the ramp to keep this match perfectly balanced. A massive blow to the top seed's hopes of a regulation finish. Havoc is putting on a serious display here, really refusing to let this match slip away. He's truly fighting against the grain of their head-to-head record. We'll be right back with the action between Phantom and Havoc after a quick technical break. Welcome back to the action on Fast Aim, where we pick things up with Havoc leading 13-14. He finds a way to shut him down from the ramp, and now we have a dead heat at 14-14. A lightning fast trade to lock this into a dead heat. A flawless read to take control, putting him just one step away from the win. The underdog is refusing to buckle under this kind of heat. Unbelievable. He barely keeps his head above water to close it out, winning the map with a hair's breadth of health. He just wouldn't let this one go. After all the losses he suffered lately, it's a huge win to finally break that streak. What a fight. Phantom draws first blood from the toolbox, starting things off strong. Phantom holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record with over 1100 wins. It's clear he's usually the one coming out on top, but Havoc just took a tight victory from him on this same map in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that recent confidence carries through the early game. The momentum has completely flipped, with Havoc now claiming 3 straight. It's a tough spot for the world's top-rated player. Havoc just blew through that defense on the planks, moving his lead to 4-1. The top seed is really feeling the pressure early. Finally, a response from the favorite to halt that run. Still has to fight from behind to get this set even. He secured another one from the toolbox, refusing to let the gap widen any further. What a shift! He manages to wipe out Havoc from the planks to bring the score level. A perfect reset for the top seed. Havoc edges him out for a slim 1-round lead. He's definitely leaning into the confidence of a strong day so far. Havoc is making things very difficult right now, picking Phantom right off those planks to extend the lead. That's a high pressure start for the top rated seed. Havoc is simply untouchable right now, claiming 3 in a row as we head into the break. It's 7-5 in favor of Havoc. Well, the number 1 seed is definitely not having his way here. He usually dominates this pairing, but he's currently fighting an uphill battle against a very hot underdog. Let's see who wakes up first. Phantom boasts a 64% all-time win rate over a massive sample size, and honestly, it makes this current deficit even more surprising. He's historically the clear favorite, but he can't seem to find an answer for Havoc today. Now we just have to see if he can actually close the gap. He's just too quick right now, taking full control of the server with 3 straight wins. It's a massive shift from how they usually trade blows. He's just too fast, extending the gap to 11 for a huge advantage. A really dominant stretch for the number 6 seed. A quick recovery here to keep the hope alive. He's certainly showing the top seed skill set now. That's another one for Havoc, and now he is just a single round away from victory. Absolutely incredible. Havoc secures the final point and closes it out right here. Just an absolute clinic today from the number 6 seed, who completely shut down the world's best. Havoc is looking sharp right out of the gate, using that ramp to get the jump on his opponent. Catalyst holds a huge all-time advantage in this head-to-head, winning about 68% of their matches. It's interesting to see that historical weight ignored in these opening rounds. I wonder if Havoc's recent confidence is finally erasing that deficit. Another quick snap from that ramp to keep the pressure on. Finally, a round for Catalyst to get back on the board. Both are practically mirror images in terms of their success on this specific map. He's refusing to fade away, stringing together another victory to close the gap. The underdog is really starting to flex his muscles. He's simply on fire, using that ramp to shut down the opposition and secure his third straight. The tide is shifting for the tournament favorite. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit, bringing us level at 4-4. He's just unstoppable right now, moving a full step ahead in the count. He's finally starting to play to his higher seed. A hard-fought exchange that manages to bring the score back to a dead heat. The top 6 in the league are showing their class today. He secures another victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite again. We're all square at 6-6. This is exactly how the match was projected to go. Both players have traded strong momentum shifts, so expect a very close battle coming into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. That's a tenacious effort to reclaim the lead right after the swap. He's playing a lot like he did in that 13-10 victory over Frost. And just like that, Catalyst levels the playing field. He's certainly making the most of his heavy activity today. Pure dominance from the favorite, walking away from that exchange without taking a single point of damage. That was an absolutely clean victory to extend the lead. Catalyst pulls ahead by a single round now. Havoc is clearly feeling the momentum from his recent success against Phantom. Another effortless round for Catalyst, who continues to climb his way back into this match. Another rapid reaction to cut Havoc down from the ramp. He's definitely showing why he holds a higher spot in the overall rankings. He's simply on a tear right now, and is now just a single round away from closing this out. Havoc fights back and manages to pick him off the ramp. A precise shot to disrupt that momentum. He's just refusing to break, racking up 3 straight to put the pressure right back on Catalyst. He's definitely proving that his higher ranking was no fluke today. What a response! He manages to hold his nerve and bring things completely level in this overtime clash. The composure on display here is just top tier. He's completely shifted the energy here, taking a hard-fought win to pull ahead in this overtime series. Neither one of them is giving an inch tonight. He's digging deep in this overtime struggle to seize a critical lead. The sheer consistency of the higher seeded player is on full display. A blistering reaction to shut things down, putting him just one more round away from victory. Havoc is just a heartbeat away at 16. Havoc clings to a narrow 2-round cushion. That's a crushing way to end the run. Havoc holds the narrow lead, sitting at 17. That's a crucial stop to prevent the series from slipping away. Absolute deadlock now, with Catalyst and Havoc tied at 17. He's definitely showing the mental fortitude to push this all the way. Havoc just barely clings to that narrow 18-17 edge. An immediate response to keep the lead intact. Havoc is staring down the finish line with a 2-point gap. He's finally broken that losing streak against his rival. Havoc just proved he can go toe-to-toe with the best. What a fight! Unbelievable. Phantom barely survives that exchange, clutching out the win from the Tetris with a sliver of health. Phantom is just lighting him up today, not letting Havoc breathe for a second. Total control here, as he wipes the floor with his opponent, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. Havoc answers back with a crisp headshot, showing he's far from out of this. Exactly what you'd expect from the favorite, staying composed under pressure. Phantom just shuts that down, clearing Havoc right off the ramp to push his lead. The number 1 seed is making it look easy so far. Phantom has won a massive 67% of their historical matchups, and it's starting to feel like the usual story here. It's a bit of a shift from that close loss Havoc managed to pull off earlier today. I wonder if that result was just a fluke. What a fight! He manages to drag himself away from that disaster on the ramp to keep the comeback alive. That's a quick response to keep the pressure on. He is absolutely flying right now, erasing the gap with a staggeringly fast kill. Complete shutdown of the round as Phantom puts his lead back up to 2. The number 1 seed is really asserting himself now. Phantom still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion here. He is playing like a top seed today. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is lining up with the pre-match read so far. Havoc had a strong run of 3 rounds, but the world number 1 is still the one dictating the pace. Let's see if Havoc finds a gear. Phantom is just far too fast for him today, catching Havoc out on the ramp before he could even react. That's a lot of confidence for the world's top-rated player. Havoc picks him right off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. The underdog is starting to make this feel like a genuine fight. Phantom has really been on a tear today with 22 wins in the last 24 hours, and it's clear that confidence is translating into a much cleaner style of play. Well, that puts him in a fantastic position to close this out quickly. The momentum is shifting completely toward Phantom as he starts to pull away here. The world's top seed is really beginning to find his stride here. He's definitely proving why the a priori expectations were so high. Game over. Phantom puts on a display of pure skill to seize the victory. He just completely stifled any chance of a repeat from that last upset. Total dominance from the top seed here. Phantom is historically a huge force here with a 66% win rate on this map. He's coming into this already on a strong roll after 2 consecutive wins. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can keep the pace he's shown in this first round. Catalyst looks dominant, holding a slim 2-1 lead. The world number 1 is looking just a bit shaky. Everything is perfectly balanced right now, but the momentum is starting to tilt in Phantom's favor. Phantom takes control now, pushing ahead 3-2. He's playing like the top seed right now. Catalyst manages to catch him there on the wine, and now we are back to a dead heat. Phantom edges ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. His side of the ladder looks quite imposing today. It's a familiar sight after that blowout we saw earlier today. Phantom holds a tiny advantage as we hit round 9. He really needs this momentum to shake off those recent losses. Tied up at 5-all, we're in a complete deadlock. A huge turnaround after that lopsided result they had just moments ago. The pace of these encounters has been lightning fast lately, and this last one was over in an instant. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom as we head into the break. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to be the clear favorite here. It looks like the top-rated player is actually justifying that rank right now. Fresh start now. Phantom is currently on a tear, taking a very decisive lead into the double digits. It's a huge contrast to his recent form where things were a bit more volatile. He's clearly feeling comfortable against this specific opponent right now. What a scramble! He almost didn't make it out of that exchange alive. Phantom is absolutely soaring with a commanding 10-6 lead. A tough spot for the 5th ranked player to dig out of. Catalyst is reeling, trailing by 3 now. His recent form has definitely been a bit more shaky. He's showing a lot of grit, erasing that deficit and bringing this much closer. He's definitely fighting through the nerves to close this gap. Phantom is really making his experience count here, steadily putting the distance between himself and the challenger. A swift response here. Phantom shuts the door on that comeback attempt and stands on the verge of victory. What a flawless finish! He closes it out, completely untouched to take home the win. He just looked far too composed today, especially in those clutch moments where he barely escaped with his life. Catalyst starts strong, cutting right through Havoc while he was perched up on those flanks. Catalyst holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history, but he's currently struggling with a very rough patch of form. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can use that psychological edge to pull ahead here. Total deadlock now with both players sitting at 2. These two are nearly identical on the ladder right now. Catalyst is starting to really distance himself here, quickly picking Havoc off that wine box. He's really capitalizing on that top 5 status right now. He puts the hammer down from the planks to widen the gap. The higher seed is putting on a clinic right now. Absolute precision. He's just completely shut down the competition this round. He's shaking off that rough start to his day quite nicely. He's showing why he holds that top 5 spot on the ladder. He just cannot be stopped, securing another win from the planks to close out the round. He's completely reversed the result from their meeting on Mapas. Catalyst takes a 9-3 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite right now. He really took over the map with that 7-round run to build a big cushion. Havoc needs a huge wake-up call. Havoc is currently playing with a lot more confidence, coming in with a positive 40-30 record for the day. So yeah, it looks like he's finally found a way to crack that defense. He'll be hoping to keep this energy going to make a real dent in that lead. The matchup looks vastly different than their recent clash on Mapas. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback by securing another win from the toolbox. Absolutely zero mercy shown in that final exchange. And that's it. He finishes strong to secure the series. That's a total reversal from their last set. He's completely back in his element today. Phantom heads into this with a massive head-to-head lead. It's really a dominant historical track record, and it's likely why the favorite started out this strong. Now we just have to see if Havoc can shake off his recent losses. Havoc is suddenly surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's looking much more like the #1 seed now. Havoc is really putting the pressure on early, forcing the top seed to play from behind right away. He's certainly not playing like the lower rated man right now. Havoc keeps the momentum rolling with a 3-2 lead. Phantom fights back to tie it up at 3 apiece. It's a tough day for the 6th ranked player to shake off. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 straight for Phantom, and he's firmly back in control. That's a familiar sight for the world #1. Havoc responds instantly, even in the series up at 4-all. That puts an end to the blowout we saw from their last encounter. Phantom pulls ahead again, reclaiming a slim 1-round lead. He looks as sharp as he did during that 13-8 win over Catalyst. Phantom has stayed incredibly consistent with his 23-12 record over the last day. It's a perfect example of why he's the top seed in this bracket. He just needs to hold his ground to really secure a comfortable cushion. Phantom holds an 8-4 advantage at the break, and honestly the top seed is simply doing exactly what we thought he would. He's built a decent lead to start the second half. Let's see if Havoc digs in. Phantom extends his grip to an 8-5 lead. He's definitely shown he can take rounds off the top seed today. He's refusing to buckle, sticking with this run to keep the gap narrow. The gap between them on the ladder feels non-existent right now. Phantom pulls even further away, now sitting at 9-6. That's a strong response from the world #1. Phantom is simply ruthless, cruising to a 10-6 lead. A tough run of games today for the world #6. He's completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback right now. His 40-31 record today shows a lot of resilience. Absolutely clutch way to keep the dream alive. Phantom was an absolute wall in that exchange, barely taking any damage as he moves to the brink of victory. And he wraps it up right here. Phantom secures the map with a total shutout. He's clearly feeling it today, just stacking up the wins and cruising through the bracket. This is purely high-level play. Phantom is currently the top player on our ladder, but Catalyst seems to have an answer for him today. He's managed to break the momentum from their previous meeting, though he'll need a huge effort to overcome the general historical disadvantage. Pure lightning from the opening. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent right now. A total shutout as he keeps the pressure high, taking an absolute stranglehold on this map. This is a complete reversal from their last encounter today. A quick reaction from Phantom to get back on the board. Expected for someone currently holding the top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is just dominating with a 5-1 lead here. He's really shaken his confidence after that recent match on Italy P. Catalyst is currently fighting against the historical disadvantage with Phantom holding a win rate of 65% on this specific map. It's surprising to see the top-rated player struggling this much to find any footing. Let's see if he can finally flip the script. Catalyst is just cruising right now, leading 6-3. He's definitely leaning on that high win rate from his last 10 games. He's simply untouchable right now, taking a third straight round without taking a single point of damage. He's completely flipped the script with a crushing 4-round run. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Things are playing out exactly as expected, with both players trading heavy blows. Phantom's 5-round run showed a lot of grit, but he's not pulling away yet. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead, moving into the lead at 7-6. Exactly the kind of response he showed in that 13-4 win over Havoc. Catalyst holds a slim 2-round advantage as we enter round 14. A real head-scratcher for the #1 ranked player. He's just on a roll, walking away from that exchange without a single scratch. The #1 seed is really feeling the pressure now. He's refusing to go away, answering back immediately with another effortless shot. Catalyst is now firmly in control at 10-7. His all-time win rate has always stayed right around that 60% mark. A blistering reaction from the #1 seed to claw back another round. These two are just trading blows back and forth, refusing to let the other get any momentum. The top seed is digging deep here, refusing to let this match slip away. Still the guy to beat in this bracket. That narrow escape puts him in a prime position. What a finish. Catalyst secures the final shot to close it out, 39. He truly fought his way back from the brink. Taking down the top seed on his own turf is a massive statement. Tough loss for Phantom.